right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and The Fan Sports Network. Good morning, hello, happy Friday, everybody.
What is happening?
85.
How we doing?
We're doing fantastic. It's a Friday. How we doing over there?
I feel good Friday.
Everybody feeling good today?
Yeah, I think so.
Everybody's in a good mood, ready to rock and roll?
Yeah. I don't want to. I got to be careful here. You might go on another show and say I'm Mr. Grumpy Pants.
I'm dipping the toes in two different waters this week, man. They paid me extra time for that though. I got a $20 Honey Baked Ham gift card.
I couldn't believe you agreed to stay for a half hour. It's one thing to do a hit. Hey, what's going on? It's another to be like, I'm going to stick around for 2 segments.
Look, he scratched my back many moons ago when I can't remember what vacation it was that you were gone, and he was like, you want me to come in and do some like 30 minutes at the end of the show? And I'm dragging. It's like 9:30. I'm like, yeah, dude, why not? Why don't you come in and do 2 segments? And he he offered it. He offered it up.
So you didn't ask him to do it.
No, but I will acknowledge I welcomed it with open hands of like, yeah, you want to come in here and talk for 30 minutes? Let's do it. And he has held that over my head for weeks. Like every time Danny is out, there's a comment of like, hey, Dirt, you want to crosstalk today? And usually I'm like, no, not really. So that one I was like, all right, let's get this out of the way. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. I offered and then hung out with P. Harris for 30 minutes.
Do you remember when crosstalk was a mandated thing on The Fan?
I do remember the Travis and Wilcox crosstalk days.
I found that an interesting time.
A lot of radio stations and shows still do it.
Yeah, I know the Chicago station does the crosstalk between some of their shows.
Our buddies in Omaha do. They do like an hour of it, I feel like, every day. It's like
they do an hour of crosstalk?
I don't know, maybe I'm over-exaggerating, but it feels like it's a lengthy amount of like the interchange is like an hour between shows and everybody's just kind of mingling in the studio doing random conversations.
Well, I don't want to be mean here and disrespect because I know people put in a lot of work, but if you do an hour of crosstalk, you're basically telling me you've done an hour less of show prep.
Hey, you want to invite some other people in from 9 to 10 today?
You eat nachos lately? Yeah, man, I've had nachos.
I love nachos. I haven't had nachos in a while now that you bring it up.
I had nachos yesterday.
I might make some nachos this weekend. Nachos sound fantastic. What kind of meat you put on it?
So here's the thing. I went and ran a bunch of errands yesterday.
You got TCB for the weekend.
And I went to Costco, and as I was going through, I had my like 3 or 4 things I was going to get, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to cook.
I'm not the mood.
Grabbed a rotisserie.
Yeah.
Right? Just grab the bag, move on.
Rotisserie chicken solid. Good
Maybe 20 to 15 minutes after I got home, bing, boom. It's ringing my doorbell.
Somebody trying to sell you
It's my mother and father-in-law.
Oh, hello. We're coming over.
Cooked chicken.
Oh.
Tacos, nachos, and like 4 other groceries.
Just ready to roll. Okay.
The chicken was already cooked, ready to eat. I took the rotisserie, I set it in the fridge, closed the door.
We'll eat that this weekend.
And I say this to my wife. Yeah. I'm like, it's okay to not be perfect in communication.
Yes. No heads up at all that we're bringing food.
Not a single.
Not a murmur.
My mom and dad are coming over.
Not
and most of the time, I tell her, and she goes, what?
She doesn't even know.
I'm like, you don't know your parents are coming over to the house?
Did they not call you? Did they not text you? You're not aware of this? Is there not a family group chat?
I mean, I love seeing them. I'm always happy when they show up. They usually always bring food. It's not a bad thing. It's more just like there is a zero heads up.
The surprise pop-in is a bold move, Cotton. If you're bringing food, that alleviates some of it, but sometimes you're just not ready nor in the mood to entertain people.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a surprise is kind of my point here.
So they just do this on a regular basis?
No, I'm saying I think people know and then don't communicate.
Don't tell you that they're coming, so it's only a surprise for you when it happens.
Yeah, because I saw a buddy of mine earlier this week, and I can't remember why or how, but something got brought up. Oh, I was picking up my delivery from Mr. Plywood.
Right.
And so,
got to get your wood. How's your fence coming along?
I start next week.
Oh, big fence week.
But the buddy that helped me, he was the one we were waiting for the order to be loaded onto the trailer, and we were talking, and I was like, what are you getting into this weekend? He's like, I'm going camping. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Where are you going? Timothy Lake. Your daughter's going with me. What? Aren't you meeting us Saturday? What?
What are you talking about?
I was told you were going to be up there hanging out for the day at the lake, and your kid's going with me. And I go, I have not heard any of this.
Sprague will be there. Don't worry about it, all right?
So I go home.
He called me. I told him. I said, don't worry. Sprague will be there. He'll meet you there Saturday, all right? It'll be okay.
I see my wife, and I go, hey, I was just with so-and-so, and they told me, like, they're going camping, and our kid's going with them, and we're going. And she just turns and she goes, oh, I forgot to tell you. And I'm like,
Little heads up would be lovely.
That's a pretty big thing to
That's
just not tell me about.
Hey, we got friends in town. We're grabbing lunch on Saturday. That's not, hey, I'm going to get a coffee with a coworker.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that can fall into that silo. You're like, oh, all right, whatever. We go get lunch. That's not a big deal. Camping? That's a whole different ballgame.
Well, I'm not camping, first of all. That would be a day trip because I only live an hour from the lake. So that will be like, hey, we're here. Okay, see you later.
Okay, what time is it? Oh, got to get back. Let's go sleep in my own bed tonight.
But now we're not going because it's going to be like 60 degrees and maybe rain.
Weather took a little bit of a
day
turn.
At the lake.
Now we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, well, I just,
Don't be signing me up for activities over here. Do you not have a shared calendar? Where's the shared calendar?
We do have a shared calendar.
You got to add it to the calendar. I've learned this because I always get yelled at for not adding things to the calendar.
Well,
you got to put it on the calendar.
She's 99% hit rate calendar ad.
Okay.
This
was a rare miss on her part of forgetting.
It is it happens, right? Yeah. Not telling me your parents coming over and, oh, by the way, we're going to the lake an hour away for an entire day of your weekend. Like, those get omitted from time to time.
Don't plan anything on Saturday, by the way.
The calendar thing, though, can we have a conversation?
Let's have a calendar conversation. I'd love to. Are we anti-calendar?
I'm not anti-calendar. I need to be better.
Yes.
This is a me problem.
Are you good at adding things to the calendar?
I'm usually pretty good.
Like you book a round of golf, you're putting it on the calendar.
Put it on the calendar.
Friday at 2 o'clock, I'm playing golf.
Fishing with my cousin,
Boom.
2 weeks out, added to the calendar.
Throw it on the board.
I don't like the calendar. I hate digital calendars.
Digital calendars suck.
It's not like on my screen, my iPhone screen is organized in categories. I don't have like a home screen and you see the calculator, the clock.
Right.
It's travel, 8 apps.
Right. It's in a different little bucket. You got to go into that bucket to open up that app.
It's not readily sitting there. I know where it is, but like it's not just like right there in front of me at all times. I also know if we did a paper calendar, I'd never check it.
Wouldn't look at it nor write on it, probably.
We almost did one of those fancy schmancy digital calendars that families put on their wall and they color coordinate and they touch screen.
Look at that. From 6 to 7 a.m., we're having coffee. And then from 7 to 8 a.m., we're eating breakfast.
I'm just not going to look at it.
Right.
This is why last year I did the, what did I do? The handwritten itinerary calendar.
You had your gay planner that you used.
I had my big gay planner.
You used it every day,
and I used it every day of last year. It
was notes.
And I don't. My daughter got me a new one, and I ended up not really doing it again.
Fell out of fad for 2026.
I don't know what my deal is, dude. My organization of my life is just it's terrible, and I feel like I'm alone here. The calendar thing, like you didn't add to the right family link. Like okay, now I got to color coordinate my. It's
just too much work, man. Why is it taking so much organization just to exist as a member in a family?
I'm complaining about my wife being
organized and
like
prepared.
Largely the most organized person in the family, while also
puts a lot of pressure on you.
Admitting I suck at it,
right.
But I'm complaining about it. It's a weird. It's like a fat guy complaining about not being in shape. Yeah, I want to be in shape. Why do you exercise? I'm really into it.
The calendar is definitely controversial. Thankfully, we don't do the phone calendar. Nothing phone calendar related.
We have decided in my house. You guys are far and a galaxy away.
We're the champs.
The worst phone people.
We're the champs. We're the
Your
absolute
wife
champs.
We have trophies. So much worse than you with a phone.
1,000,000 times worse than me. And I'm bad.
I don't get it.
She's horrible. It's ridiculous.
I
mean, it's egregious behavior.
If
we're being honest here,
pretty bad.
It's bad. If you need to get a hold of us, good luck, dude. Send a carrier pigeon.
Write a letter.
Maybe write a letter. We do get Teddy loves getting the mail every day because he got one of those in-house slots. Goes into he pulls up the little chute. He loves doing that when he hears the mail come. My calendar beef is that my wife's into buying things that I don't think that we largely need around the house. One of those being she has bought multiple of the fridge calendars that have like the dry erase markers on it.
Yeah, we did this.
Right?
Yeah.
And so we had one of those, and then it turned into Teddy sees that markers are on the side of the fridge in the calendar. He wants to stand on the counter and draw on it.
We're drawing, yeah.
So now it's like, well, that's just a moot point. I am pretty sure that up until about 2 months ago, The week that was written on the calendar on the fridge was Thanksgiving week. Because my wife got really into it, and she'd like do drawings. I think she drew like a
little turkey
or something,
yeah.
right? Gobble gobble.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding you. I think it was Thanksgiving on our fridge calendar for about 4 months. We just stopped using it. Teddy started drawing on it, and I'm like, why do we even have this? This is ridiculous. Well, guess what we did? We bought another one. Now we also added a paper calendar to another wall.
Yeah.
But they don't always match. Sometimes there's things on the fridge calendar that aren't on the paper calendar.
Right.
And I'll look at that calendar and be like, wait, what's going on this day? And she said, no, it's on the calendar, but I just didn't look at the right calendar. We don't have a universal calendar system, and it creates utter chaos.
So what? Okay, so let me ask you this then: what if you can't decide on what actual handwritten calendar to use? Why don't you guys use the phone calendar? You can actually share.
It's a great question.
Your calendar's just and like if she adds something,
right
your phone
there.
will zzz, and you
Set a reminder.
we're doing dinner tonight at so and so's house.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a phenomenal. Based on her lack of track record with using phones, I don't know if that would ever actually happen, nor would it work. I think that's why we leaned on the old school form of a calendar, which I do check from time to time. I always glance if there's something going on, or if I want to play golf. Like, all right, let's take a look. That weekend we got nothing on the calendar. Okay, I think we got a freebie right there. But our hit rate of writing stuff on the calendar is probably 80% joint, and that creates chaos.
When do you think we started as a species doing this? Because you can't tell me in good faith guys and gals in the 70s
We're
and
doing
60s
this.
were even doing like this has to be a new phenomenon of add it to the calendar.
Got to put it on the calendar. Got to make sure everybody's on the same page here.
But and also, I think I know the answer to this question I'm about to ask. Like,
You didn't have cell phones back then either, so you
how
just
awful a partner and father were dads in America
Pretty
from
bad.
a certain point
pretty bad.
to a certain point when there was no cell phones, there was barely even telephones that people used regularly.
You're at work all day. You come home whenever you come home. There's no communication about when you're leaving work because you're not calling the home phone to say I'm coming home.
They were coming home drunk. They had just cheated on their wives.
Right. It's 7 o'clock at night. The kids are going to bed in an hour. I only got an hour of work here today at home. And all right, that's it. I'm going to go have another cocktail.
That's what it had to have been in society, right?
The golden age of the American man. That's what they say.
Whenever I watch Mad Men, I'm like, geez, he's never at home. He's always in the city.
Watching the Wonder Years. Where's the dad, man? Why isn't the dad? He's only there on the weekends. What happens during the week?
I wouldn't do that, actually. I'd want to go home and hang out with my family, but it's funny to think about.
There's been a lot of studies that have done that have proved that, like the role of the modern dad
it's infinitely
has
better.
grown exponentially.
I think you and our generation, even compared to Swag's generation, which is the one before us,
yeah,
I think they've done studies, and it's like we are 65%
right
more present as fathers than even his generation.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I was unique because my dad was a school teacher.
Yeah.
And my mom worked regular office jobs. So my dad was always
the one that was available
that was home.
in the
He would
summer.
usually get dinner started. He was there in the summer. So in the summertime, there would be like wherever he was taking us, it would be my dad and 7 moms of my friends or
Right.
whatever.
He'd be
Which is
the
a
one
rarity
dad in the
for
crew.
somebody your dad's age, because I bet you if they did the studies back then,
It was probably the same.
it was even more not around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
That was the way my childhood. My dad worked in St. Helens for my entire life.
that's a hike.
It's a haul.
Yeah.
And so we, not really being around in the morning, sometimes take us to school, and then you're off work at whatever time you're off work, and you're dealing with traffic coming back from Salem. Who knows what time you're going to get back at night?
Oof.
Mom was a high school counselor, and she'd be home. School would end at 3:30. She'd get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Because she'd show up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and then, all right, there's Mom. She's home for the rest of the day.
That's why you love your mom more.
That's that's how it happens. And it is. I am the reverse. I'm kind of like Swag's dad in that case. Like,
I am too.
I'm daddy daycare because of our job. We get done early, and there we go. Let's go watch the kids.
What's odd is that's me, but my wife works from home.
That is unique.
And she has, I gotta be careful what I say, but
she's always working when she's at home,
There's
constantly.
never away from that computer.
There are no breaks.
Not a chance.
There's no walking away.
What are we
There's
talking
no
about
TV
here?
shows getting watched.
No.
None of that is happening. No
way.
exercising taking place.
No way.
Grinded day in and day out.
So maybe the ultimate conclusion of the conversation is just like some people are really good at organization. Like I really commend people that like you're on it, you're dialed. You have your hours organized. You have there's a guy that I don't follow, but he's popping in my algorithm from time to time, and I'm kind of concerned why.
Uh-oh.
And he's a podcast guy, but he's like one of these, not like grifting wellness guys, but like his life is all about structure. So he'll put his day on Instagram, and it'd be like,
here's my schedule.
4:30 wake up, and it's him, and he's stretching, and then he's in an ice bath and a sauna, and he's washing his face.
It's like that Mark Wahlberg day.
Yeah,
I wake up at 2 a.m. to pray.
It's one of those guys, and I just I look at it and I just go, F you, man.
That seems miserable. Why do you want it to be that structured?
I mean, it's okay to be structured, but
it's too structured. I think there's a balance there. There's got to be some free flowing. There's got to be some, little jazz lifestyle. You can't have everything dialed into the minute.
And that's what there's a part in the video, like he goes and runs like a half marathon for fun at a track, and then lifts for 30 minutes. And
what do you do for work?
Then he's in an office on a laptop in the video. It's like for 3 hours. I'm like, what did you do? And then the next video is him with his son, and it literally shows 1 hour. And I'm like, you structure your playtime with your kids with a time limit?
Nah, that's not normal behavior right there.
That's not. It's sicko mode.
That's not good. I do feel like the calendar pressure for parent, like when you're a parent of kids your age, much more pressure on the calendar, I feel like. Because you guys are just you got kids have friend activities, there's sleepovers happening, sporting events are going on, what time's practice, what time's game, who's dropping off, who's picking up. Like that, there's a lot more going into the calendar in your stage of life than there is in mine. But we don't have that. I mean, it's preschool, it's pickup time, you got to drop off, swim lessons when they happen. There's not a lot going on during the week.
Okay, so then as somebody who grew up with a single mom.
Yeah.
We didn't have a calendar.
No calendar.
How did my mom remember everything?
That's a great question.
There were two of us.
That's a great question.
We both played, he played sports not as much as me, my little brother. But
there were teams and practices
But I was
involved.
always playing sports.
There's always somewhere you got to go.
How did she know?
That's a great question.
Because I didn't just I didn't have a lot of days where it was like, oh, I had practice today.
Ah, damn it, we missed practice. Why didn't we go?
And maybe I was more responsible as a child than I even realized. I got practice in 40 minutes.
40 minutes. We got to get going. We got to leave in 15 minutes. Let's go.
Or I'd catch a ride or something if I couldn't. She couldn't give me a ride.
I mean, it changes the older you get, obviously. Like once you get to high school age and you can start shuttling yourself around, there's a little less importance to that.
Yeah.
Or you have friends who have the ability to come pick you up. Like that changes the equation a little bit.
Yeah.
But middle school age, man, it's like I feel like 90% of parenting of middle school age kids is just being a taxi driver.
So my conclusion probably from talking this out is I think I'm pretty normal.
Yes.
In the conversation and topic of
nothing weird about it.
Calendars and not being great and not liking it, but knowing I need to be better at it, but probably knowing I'll never be good at it.
I think that's how 98% of people are with calendars.
They
certainly serve a purpose. It is nice to know when things are happening. You just got to have an accountability system in the household of adding things to the calendar when they happen. Try to remember the best that you can.
Look at my calendar today and see what's on my calendar.
See what you got. What do you got?
There's
coming
always
up at 2 o'clock today?
See, this is partially why I don't, and I know why it's added, but it says take rabbit out from 5 to 7 a.m. That's not my chore.
Why is that on my calendar?
The rabbit needs 2 hours.
It's a 2-hour takeout period?
Oh, dude, we've learned a lot about having a buddy. Let me tell you right now.
Got to let those things hop around.
We got it a nice case closed, cage thing to be in, really nice. And it's in my daughter's bedroom, and it looks really cool, actually. It doesn't look like a traditional cage. They go absolutely out of their minds if you don't let them roam for hours a day. Oh, man.
You just got to let them free around the house, huh?
Dude.
Are they dropping little pebbles on your carpet?
Or
are they pretty good?
We put her in the backyard.
Okay.
Hangs out on the deck or the front porch.
Let them hop around in the back.
We're not doing we did the carpet once, and we're like, dude, there's 9 pellets here. What are we doing? So we don't do that. But
we got to pick that all up.
There's reminders on my calendar for take an animal out. And it's not my chore, so I'm like, I don't want to look at the calendar anymore.
Yeah, that's also one of those calendar things of that needs to be on the calendar. Just take them out. Why does it matter what time you take the rabbit out? Does it have to be at that time every day?
Yeah, it's just a reminder, basically. Give it some time.
Get that rabbit some sunlight, man. Get it some vitamin D.
Well, speaking of calendars, we got to stick to clocks on the radio program, so we're at least organized enough for that.
Did we put everything on the calendar for the show today?
I think so.
Okay, everything's
if there's something we're missing, we'll get to it.
Shared calendar for today.
It's a lot of audio. We got a guest in the cafe again today.
We do. College football.
Adam Rittenberg of ESPN. He was at Big Ten Media Day because it was in his backyard of Chicago, and he's going to join us coming up at 7:04 a.m. We'll get to some odds and ends. We've got some fun NFL and college football audio. We'll get to a lot of the Big Ten coaches. Jedd Fisch saying something out loud to a local media reporter, and I was like, yo, you're gone.
Red flag.
If he leaves, I'm gonna know why. And this was the hint right here of all right, See you later.
The groundwork has been laid.
I don't want to do that to Husky fans. They don't deserve it. But he said something yesterday that has to make you feel like, cool, we're never going to be great.
What happened to all those CEOs at practice?
No.
I thought Ballmer was there.
Developing. So we have a lot to get to today. It's going to be a fun Friday show. Dirt and Sprague. Let's get it going. 105.1, The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
Vancouver into Portland looking like a good southbound drive on I-5 and 205 from SR 500 to I-84. 26 eastbound coming out of Beaverton, clear from 217 to I-405. I'm Sam Tidrick with traffic.
When you tell someone what team you cheer for, do they apologize? Does your first childhood memory involve crying on a Jumbotron? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected from things like fire damage caused by violently unplugging the TV or an accidental overhand left to the drywall. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
Kenny here to help you ignite your taste buds with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Juicy cherry, citrus lime, and blue raspberry. It's that iconic freezer pop flavor, but with none of the guilty sugar aftermath. The perfect summer kick. It's a delicious, portable, zero-sugar energy shot bursting with flavor. Bring on summer with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon.
Introducing Wrangler Tough Light Jeans. The cowboy cuts you know and love. Now up to 20% lighter. Because lighter isn't a compromise. It's a better way to wear denim. Wrangler Tough Light. Tough jeans just got lighter.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Introducing Wrangler Tough Light Jeans. The cowboy cuts you know and love. Now up to 20% lighter. Because lighter isn't a compromise. It's a better way to wear denim. Wrangler Tough Light. Tough jeans just got lighter.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Salem, your Burlington is back and better than ever at its brand new location at Lancaster Mall. The grand opening is this weekend. Be among the first 100 customers Friday and Saturday to get a $10 Burlington bonus card. 2 days, one new store, tons of reasons to shop. We'll see you at Burlington in Salem. Burlington. Deals, brands, wow. Must be 18 or older to get a bonus card. Valid grand opening weekend only. No purchase necessary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Serving Portland, Southwest Washington, and the Gorge, online at aneheatingandcooling.com. It's hard to stop a train. First on the Fan, with their first public comments from the Trailblazers since receiving a proposed term sheet from the city of Portland on a new long-term lease. Team indicated they were ready to get to work once the city put in writing what it has said publicly. They will not sue the team per the first-class provision in the current lease. NFL signings still going on around NFL training camps outside of Tampa Bay. The Saints agreed to a 4-year, $132 million extension with receiver Chris Olave. 49ers bringing back Deebo Samuel on a 1-year, $7 million deal after he spent last year with the Commanders. Portland Fire back home trying to end a 3-game losing streak. They host the red-hot Indiana Fever, who've won their last 4. Tip at 7 on 910 ESPN Portland. Pregame coverage at 6:45. The Fire 8.5-point underdogs. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Sprague's going to join us coming up at the top of the hour. Dive into some college football. Boy, Signetti, the king of that sport right now.
Say whatever the hell you want, man. You won a national title at Indiana. Now, to be fair, he said whatever he wanted before he won a national title at Indiana. But we all kind of collectively laughed at him a little bit, and now, dude, nobody can say anything. You were the king of the sport.
Well, and the
Talk
thing
that
is,
ish.
I've always had a theory, and I've long held the belief. It's not that people aren't funny, but the more famous you are, I think the harder people laugh at the non-funny.
Yeah, like the more successful you are, the bigger of a deal you are.
Yeah, like if an actor or a comedian, if Shane Gillis walked in here,
right,
and just said, "What up,
turds,
S-heads?"
Yeah,
you.
Shane Gillis is in the studio,
Shane Gillis
man.
called me an S-head.
He knows my name.
So I think that I've always believed that there's an element of celebrity that elevates even how funny somebody
Without
is.
a doubt there is.
And I think that's the same thing in football. Like, the more successful he is, the better the answers even come off, even though they were great before he won the whole enchilada.
Yeah, I know we'll get all the audio today, but some SEC fan tweeted, man, I can't wait for Kurt Signetti to get humbled. And I think it was Ari Wasserman who quote tweeted it and was like, dude, he won a national championship at Indiana. What do you think is going to humble this guy?
A 10-2 season, not winning the title. Okay.
A decade of 3-9, maybe, but that ain't happening, brother. I don't think anything's going to, nothing will humble this guy.
Yeah.
He pulled off the most incredible feat in sports that we have ever seen.
Yeah.
Maybe sans 1982, do you believe in miracles? It's like it's 1A, 1B of the most unthinkable accomplishments in the history of sports.
I know we debated it, but I still wonder in my head, what is the more improbable? Because I don't have enough of a hockey fandom. And I understand like what the Russians were, and this was a bunch of college-aged kids. I get it all. I didn't see it live. I've seen the game on the replays and the old highlights, but Indiana winning the national championship.
It's one of the most unthinkable things ever.
It's just never going to make sense in my brain.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you very quickly. We'll pivot back into – I'll get into some NFL stuff here. Before we get to Rittenberg, we got some cafe audio we'll get to in the second hour. I'm going to ask you a random baseball question.
Fire away.
So I want to play this cut. This is Tim Kurkjian of ESPN.
ESPN. Did you see, by the way, Carl Ravitch is still calling games for ESPN?
I saw it last night because he was calling my team's game.
He's going to do that a few more times?
Yeah.
I guess
he's doing it the rest of the summer.
They're leasing him out for the rest of the year, but we had to fire him now?
They clearly have a buyout, right? So there's probably some verbiage in there where like, hey, you can still call stuff because we actually need a broadcast. He's going to do Little League World Series.
Oh, okay.
And he's going to call games the rest until like September.
I mean, it's nice to hear his voice still. I turned it on last night, or I was flipping around, and I'm like, is that? Yeah, well, yeah, that's Carl Ravitch right there. Thought he got fired a couple of weeks ago.
Who was the biggest name to be let go by ESPN?
From an attention standpoint, it has to be Ryan Clark, does it not?
Yeah, because it's the NFL and...
Yeah, I mean, he was a controversial guy. He gives takes.
Ravitch was at ESPN for 30
years.
I mean, he's a more tenured guy,
That's
maybe a
almost-
more respected media member. Those might be. Yeah, I mean, I've never known an ESPN essentially without Carl Ravitch. He's been there since the beginning days.
Yeah, other
essentially, of
than
the channel.
Berman, I don't know
Berman.
who's been
Is
there.
Berman still technically with him?
I believe so.
He's
Doesn't he still do his
doing-
like Sunday feature on
yeah,
ESPN
they
Plus?
do the NFL primetime.
Oh,
it's
they do it on
just
ESPN
on
Plus,
the
you're right.
it's on the app rather than live.
He
on
still
the
does
air,
his
but-
Monday Night Football fastest 2 minutes, I think, during
Yeah, I
halftime
see that.
too.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Halftime of Monday Night Football, you'll get that.
Yeah, okay.
So I think he's still technically. They've just kind of slowly.
Yeah.
push him to the background, push him to the back.
Jay Harris has been there a long time. Steve Levy's been there a long time.
Yeah, Levy's a good poll. Linda Cohen just retired. She would have
She
been
just
in this
retired.
category,
She
but
was
just
there
retired.
30 some odd years. Yeah.
Is there anybody there that we're going to go in 20 years like, whoa, they let him go? That's not named Scott Van Pelt? Like an anchor.
Ooh.
Can you even name the Sports Center
No.
anchors right now?
Other than SVP and the classics that Swag just pointed
There
out.
was a
Nicole
guy.
Briscoe and Michael Eaves
Yep,
are
they
the
do. They're a duo.
nighttime ones.
Yep, they're ones I see before I go to bed. There was a guy with Buchagras, and I don't know what his name is, but he sometimes scares me. His face. He has like a he's got a look.
Phil? Is that the guy Phil?
Phil?
I don't know.
Yeah, Phil. What's
I
up
can't
with
even
Phil?
pretend to know what his name was, but he was doing a Sports Center with Buchagras the other day, and he was making faces, and I was like, "What's going on here?"
This is making me a
He's
little.
gonna come out of my television like the Ring Girl.
This is making me
He's gonna
uncomfortable.
murder
man.
me. But like,
He's
I
got
don't.
very pronounced eyebrows.
Yeah, and he's got dark
Yeah,
hair.
his name's Phil. I can't remember what his last name is.
Oh, Phil.
Yeah, I can't name the anchors anymore.
To your point, though, outside of SVP, he's the one that we hold on to from a legacy standpoint because he's been there for so long. We just don't have the same
Yeah.
relationship with Sports Center anchors. that
Well,
we used
Hannah
to.
Storm was there, left, and came back.
Yeah.
She's still there though.
Yeah,
But I think
she
she's very
does
part-time.
afternoons and mornings and stuff.
Yeah, I'm just.
She'll
not
do
in
like
touch
the
with it.
weekend mornings.
Yeah, it's hard to get like. I don't want anybody to lose a job, but it's hard to be like broken up about it when they fundamentally as a company have
Well,
just.
Ravitch, if
I mean, they
Ravitch
pivoted.
wants to still call baseball games, MLB Network will pick him up, or
Oh, he'll
if
land
Apple
somewhere.
TV or
Yeah.
any of the
Netflix is more
streamers
into
want to get
baseball.
more
Oh,
into
yeah,
it.
I mean, look, you can make an argument of how you let somebody go after a certain amount of years. I'm not here to make that argument. It's more just like
Yes.
the name recognition.
Yeah.
They, as a company, have basically told us we only care about hot takes and wrestling now.
Yeah,
much.
Yeah. And digital content because McAfee drives that.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm
Huge
saying.
thing, yeah.
Because
That's
I
just
remember
hot takes.
when Baseball Tonight was every night
Yeah.
on ESPN.
Yep.
And that was before the MLB Network. And I understand where ESPN's like MLB Network's doing our
24/7
half-hour
baseball.
show 3 hours a night basically now.
I still think it was a bad choice. It was a good show to have on.
It
Yeah.
was a good show, man. Baseball
Well, they
Tonight
had
used to be
good
great.
people.
Well, Tim Kurkjian was on ESPN Radio and talked about Tarek Skubal and where he could end up.
Everyone wants him, but those who want to sign him long term have to be the most lucrative of the teams. And you always have to look at the Dodgers. The Dodgers have, all sorts of injury issues in their rotation, including with Shohei Ohtani. They're not quite sure when he's going to come back as a pitcher. They have the most money. They have all the resources. So, of course, that's the first place you have to look.
Oh, Tony's got a boo-boo.
Oh, got a boo-boo. He can't pitch right now.
The Dodgers are the favorite right now to land Tarek Skubal.
We're already heading for a lockout. You ready to put the accelerator on that lockout? Let Skubal go to the Dodgers and sign a $900 million extension.
And he defers $900.
See you later,
Well,
baseball.
actually-
we'll pay you $4 a year, and then
don't-
when you retire,
No.
we'll give you $500 million a season.
You're
How's that
looking at
sound?
it wrong.
I'm looking at it
Oh,
wrong.
yes, this is the wrong
Please
take. Please
inform me.
enlighten us.
Mr. Dodger.
I don't think they have any intention of signing him they can afford to give up prospects or whatever to get him on a rental.
They're struggling financially. They don't want to pay.
Why couldn't they pay
Skubal,
him?
One of the best
They
pitchers
could
in
pay
baseball.
him. I don't know that they necessarily will because
he's one of the best arms in the game.
I understand all of that. They won't do it initially because of the lockout. So there's that. If he decides to go, they still have a trove of starting pitchers if they can figure out how to get him healthy. So it's not like him signing an extension is contingent upon the deal happening.
No, that's certainly not the case. He doesn't have a no-trade clause either. He can't
Exactly.
control where he's going to go. But there is always the idea if you were to trade for a guy and give up a haul of prospects, which is what it will take to get him.
Right.
How many teams are willing to do that without some sort of thought of
The
we have a
Dodgers
chance
are
to
the
sign
only
this
one
guy?
that would do it without needing to have the
Have
extension
the Dodgers
done.
ever traded for somebody at the deadline and let him walk immediately in the offseason?
The Brewers are
Not
dabbling
like
in that.
20 years ago in
No,
this
I'm
current
thinking-
administration.
You can't name anybody.
I'm trying to think.
They traded for Mookie. What'd they do with him?
Locked him up.
They locked him up.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, locked him up.
Yeah, they did. Why would you wouldn't want to let him go? Him and Ohtani in your rotation.
Why would you not want to pay him? Why would they not want to pay him?
I don't think you make that trade unless you're paying him.
I disagree with the take.
That depends on how much Detroit wants back.
I mean, my
And
team's
it's
in the
gonna be
running
a-
for him. They're going to want a pretty penny for this dude.
Oh, I understand.
My team's like, oh, should we give up our prospects? I'm like, please do it.
Dude, trade
Chris
the hell out of your
Sale and
prospects.
Tarek Skubal in my lineup.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
Sale's been awesome. That's a great 1-2 punch throughout the NL playoffs. There's just it gets back to the stuff we talked about with Giannis at the deadline or at the trade this offseason. Like, are you willing to give up everything for 1 year? How many teams are willing to roll the dice on that? That not everybody's willing to make that
I
go.
think Skubal wants to be hopping around. Like, he's made it clear he
No,
didn't
he's a
want to
free
be
agent,
traded
though.
in
He's-
Detroit.
This is it. Like, he's
I
going to
know.
be a free agent this offseason.
But how many brands right now in that sport are better than that one? And
then the Dodgers?
Yeah,
None.
none, right? So, and
None.
you're in L.A.
That's where he
and-
wants to go because they win World Series and they have more money than anybody.
I know.
Hence why that trade is likely going to happen.
Well, and you never say never, but it feels like if it happens, it's going to be Kevin Durant on the Warriors. And they've already won two World Series.
Yeah, if they go get Skubal and win a third in a row.
It's going to really kill my – and my team's good. Like, they won yesterday and
Yeah,
came
you went
back.
through a little lull, but you guys are still hanging on great in
Yeah,
first place.
we're in first place.
Yeah.
Phillies are sinking a little bit. Like, I have a good team. They might make a trade for a pitcher because my staff outside of Chris Sale blows.
Not very good.
Grant
get another
Holmes,
arm.
no thank you.
You want Robbie Ray? He's
well,
available. He's having a good year.
I'm not mad at the idea
We'll send
of
you
Robbie
Robbie Ray. Give me a call. What do your prospects look like?
What about a Luis Sarais?
You
huh?
can,
You wanna
dude,
give me-
take him. You go. Hey, you want Matt Chapman too? You want Willie Adames? You guys need a shortstop?
My point is, like, even when you have a good team, there is just, if they get Tarek Skubal, there's going to be something that's so fundamentally like, all right, see you later.
I just love the way that
I won't be that excited for the playoffs. I'll watch.
I'm already not excited for the playoffs. Just get it over with. We're going to a lockout. The sport's going to die.
They're so good.
I love the way that we talk about them. That quote from Tim Kirksham was perfect. Well, their starting pitching's really banged up. Quick question for you.
Sure.
Maybe you'll know the answer to
I
this off
probably
the
won't.
top of
It's
your head.
Dodger related, but go ahead.
Who leads the Major League Baseball in wins this year? Who has the most wins in the entire sport?
I believe
Who has the
that-
best record in the sport?
I believe that is the LA Dodgers.
Okay, I was just checking on that because I heard their starting rotation's pretty banged up right now, so they're having a hard time overcoming that.
Who has the best run differential in the entire sport?
Man, it's got to be the Colorado Rockies, right? No, can't be them. Let's see. Who could have the best run, which means you score a lot of runs and you don't give up that many runs, right?
Yeah, but they're hurt pitching-wise.
But they can't get anybody out. So there's no way it's the Dodgers in their best record in Major League Baseball. With all of their starting pitching injuries, there's no way they can overcome that.
They are a plus 160 run differential. To give you a reference point
Who's in
on
second
that,
place?
It might be it's the Brewers plus 132, and then my team, the Bravos, are at 97.
So they're they are 70 runs better than the Atlanta Braves, who have the third best record in the National League.
It feels that way, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is,
Yeah.
and it feels that way.
Have fun with Skubal.
They almost have, they don't, but they almost have a better run differential as one team than the Rays, Yankees, and Red Sox combined. I'm not kidding.
Got a boo-boo, can't pitch.
More than 3 teams, and 2 of those are the Red Sox and the Yankees. Do you understand how insane that is?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, Bob.
Yeah.
That's my whole take coming
The
into
Dodgers
year.
have a 160 run differential, and the Rays, Yankees, and Red Sox combined have a 180.
180.
It's unfair.
Yeah, but no, they
can't wait for you to not watch them three-peat.
They need some pitching help, though. They could desperately use another arm come postseason.
So are you going to watch the Dodgers sweep their way to a third? No, I'm going to have a nice jaunt tonight.
We know that they're winning. What's the point of watching? Call me when the game's over. I'll pop a bottle of champagne.
That's exactly what he's going to do. It's kind of miserable when you think about celebrating a championship if your team three-peats.
The rhetoric is already nasty in the sport. If the Dodgers are to pull that off and get him, I don't know if they will or not.
They're the favorites.
They're certainly the favorites.
Yeah.
If they pull that off, whoo, buddy, it's only the heat in that kitchen's only going to get turned up.
I understand that for baseball, for many people, I told my brother-in-law the other day, I went, damn it, because I couldn't watch the Brave game, and I saw that they had lost. The Mets just owned us. The Mets beat them, and I went, damn it. And he goes, what? I go, my team lost to the Mets. He goes, you don't care.
You're still 7 games up in the division.
Well, the Phillies have sucked. His point is valid. I think there's a lot of people that are my brother-in-law.
Sure. You're not living and dying with a result on a Tuesday night against the Mets.
It's July baseball.
It's game 111 of 162, man. You're going to be all right.
Don't let it happen, Major League Baseball. Somebody step in and do something. A lot more to get into. Adam Rittenberg's going to join us coming up at the top of the 7 a.m. hour. Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
on.
Well, Riggins, I hate to point it out, but somebody texted in. Your team did participate in the trade and no signing. Can you name the player?
I'm trying to remember.
Pretty
big
famous player.
Yeah.
Big player.
Manny
66
Machado.
games.
That's right.
Manny Machado left in free agency.
Yeah.
Somebody pointed out Trey Turner. Trey Turner did, but eventually leave, but he had a year and a half left on his deal.
Oh, okay. So he just
before
played
he
it out.
hit, so he played out and then hit free agency and then signed in Philly.
Because it was all right around the time they got Mookie, and that was the thing. Why did they give Mookie the contract and didn't give Machado or Trey or other
They
guys?
made the right decision, didn't they?
They did, and it also had to
save
do
the money for Freddie Freeman,
with
and Shohei
their,
Ohtani, and Blake Snell, and
it was also
Glasnow, and
where they had guys in the development that they thought they could bring up.
Yeah. Development. That's what that team's about. Never getting any players from outside of their organization.
Well, they do both.
Yeah. Built, not bought. Lunch Pail U over there in L.A. Shop at
Ducks, man, I'm telling you, with the Oregon's little NIL spending this season, I don't know how there's any chance we're going to have an opportunity to compete. We certainly need, as Jed Fish pointed out yesterday, Oregon needs to up their NIL game if we want to be serious in college football.
That is true. Let's get to this. I want to ask you about unwritten rules of decency.
Oh.
Because there's somebody that is crossing the line in college football and doing something to his teammates that, look, it's probably funny, but also you got to worry about pink eye here. Take a listen to Jamar Johnson.
Sometimes Dante farts in the huddle, and we have like a little competition of who can fart in the huddle, but I would say really everybody, but mostly Tay because he farts a lot.
How did this farting in the huddle tradition start?
Oh, my gosh. Who said that? JJ. I knew it. Too much stuff is getting leaked out.
Pun
you gotta
intended.
find ways to connect with your team, so we do that.
There's Dante Morin.
Those are my guys right there. A lot of nervous energy going into this year. You know what put me at ease?
The fart?
Dante's farting in the huddle.
Yeah.
It's a vet
That's Brenna
quarterback
Green
move.
and Coin, by the way. Let me
Yes.
cite that.
Brenna Green had
correctly.
some
That was
good
great.
content at Coin. She had some funny. She did a funny one with Lanning too. I saw where she asked him chocolate or vanilla, and that was kind of funny. He gave the chocolate with peanut butter answer. He was like, "Because I'm his boss, I can say whatever the hell I want," which
There
was a
you
good
go.
response. And then he basically made fun of him for that answer. He was like, "Yeah, he had to wear that one on the chin around the facility for a while." And I think the other coaches are probably making fun of him as one quarterback to another. The fart in the huddle is a vet move. Well done, Dante. I'm proud of you.
Is this something you regularly participated in?
Dude, you got to ease the tension, baby. Everybody's tight as a corkscrew out there. What eases the tension better than a fart? Nothing. Oh, hey, what was that? And then your left guard hits you with one back.
What's the over-under number set that the first, what we would classify as big game for Oregon? So maybe you look at USC just on the
USC's
schedule.
the first
USC
big
is
game.
the
yeah.
first one.
I mean, other ones are interesting, but big, no.
What's
USC.
the over-under of people that tweet the exact same thing if he throws a pick in that game?
Oh.
Chocolate or vanilla?
That was vanilla.
Couldn't choose chocolate. All the
Needed
writers.
Rocky Road.
All of the writers.
Without a doubt.
I know how they operate. They're all going to do the same tweet.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were going to go.
Or the first time he
The
throws a
tweet
touchdown.
needs to be, hey, he needs to let one rip.
Yeah.
Well,
Let it rip, Dante. Let it rip, buddy.
I tell you, this would actually upset me if this came out. I wouldn't want people to know this about me.
Yeah, this is the danger of media days. You get guys in microphones and cameras, and you say something, and now this is known that Dante Moore is a huddle farter. But you got to be a huddle farter, dude. Strong butt pats and huddle farting.
That's
keys.
the difference from tight ends talking. Tight ends don't care.
They don't have a filter.
Quarterbacks have to be buttoned up. With
It's like, dude, I'm a first-round pick. Now some NFL
And that's
GM's
what
gonna ask
Dante
me about
knew. It
this
was
next year in the
Jamari
draft.
who said it.
Who
It's
was it?
like,
Jamar? Damn it. Come on, man.
You know one of those linemen wants to participate in this game, but is too afraid because he doesn't know what it's going to be
He
like
could
when it
go
comes out.
Mark Slarish and just crap his pants in the middle of a game.
Be Big Stink Jr.
Sorry, guys. Need a quick timeout here. Give me a 20. I got to go change real quick. That one was
Damn it,
good.
Fox Crater.
Damn it, Crater.
What are you doing?
Get out of our huddle. You just crapped your pants, man.
I mean, look, it's good for camaraderie. They seem to really enjoy it. It's just a funny admission that, like,
it was hilarious.
One of the best Heisman candidates in college football this year is just regularly farting in front of his teammates.
And the question, so she did, I watched the at-length one because she was doing, like, basically fun questions of, like, who's the teammate that's most likely to not be ready to go on a trip and not pack? Who's the teammate that's likely to forget something?
She
like,
took the right approach because
Yes.
if we did Media Day, I don't think I would have real. We did Pac-12 Media Day once.
Yes.
And it was very overwhelming. In no way were we actually getting people because Swag wasn't there.
No, he was coordinating from behind the scenes, and it
wasn't his fault.
No.
But we were getting players we didn't even know their names. They were like, "This is so and so."
Some linebacker from Stanford.
And we would
sat
look
down.
up the Phil Steele magazine without them noticing. That's a linebacker.
So we got big expectations this year for John. Hey, there we go.
And I didn't like that part of it. But we had good conversations with a lot of people. I would be way more laxed if we went next year to Big Ten Media Day.
Yeah, the question to him was, who's most likely to make a joke in the huddle? That was the question, and he said,
Dante farts.
Dante's tooting. He's tooting in here, man.
As P1 Tyler points out, confirmed, Duck football stinks.
Ooh. That's actually not a bad idea for a T-shirt.
Well.
There, TM. Okay, TM.
If you didn't hear
Dante
that cut,
with the afro.
If you didn't hear that cut, you'd be like, what?
Here's your idea, right? You ready for this? TM. Go. TM, okay. My lawyers are involved. His afro, by the way, looks fantastic. It's just a phenomenal look. Dante with the afro, no helmet on, full uniform, striking a Heisman pose with a little coming out of the butt.
Don't know if he
with "Let It Rip" or whatever.
Let It Rip. It's a great line.
Would that not be a great?
Why are we not making?
I
this
would
now?
buy that T-shirt in a heartbeat.
Let it rip.
Would you not buy that T-shirt?
Do the duck calls?
But there's got to be a little poof coming out of his butt.
Here in the stands, has everybody got whoopee cushions?
That is a brilliant idea.
Okay, can I ask you?
Can a
follow-up?
2-year-old handle a whoopee cushion? I'm thinking about buying Teddy a whoopee cushion.
What do you mean handle it?
Like, is he going to figure out what? I think he'll get it, the gist of it, right?
I think he'll think it's funny, but he won't really.
Won't
care
actually
about
play with it.
No.
Okay.
Whoopee cushions were always something that, like, in theory and thought, good idea.
Seems smart, yeah.
You
but
do
it's
it once.
It's
you're
a
not
one-trick
doing it again.
play.
It really is.
You're not wrong.
And sometimes, like, if you don't do it perfectly, it'll deflate, and you hear it a little bit, but they might not hear it, and you're laughing, and they're like, what?
What are you laughing?
And then it's not really funny because you're having to explain, did you fart?
Who's that?
No.
You farted in the room?
Now it's just an awkward thing. You get womp womp. You got to pick up the whoopee cushion underneath the
It's
couch
all floppy
cushion.
under the cushion.
Yeah.
It's got dog hair all over it now.
Yeah, I'll say this. I want to ask you, does it leave you more hopeful if he keeps the fro all year, just free-flowing and out?
Yeah.
Or he shows up to Southern California and he's got the tight, perfectly done braids.
The fro will always make me feel good.
Yeah.
It will always. I mean, it's just such a clean look.
It is a clean look.
That's one of the reasons I've always loved Scoot.
Especially that side. You don't get a lot of athletes that grow it out to that length.
To that level, too.
Yeah.
That's I've always rooted for Scoot, primarily because of it just looks cool. He wears the one wristband. He's got an afro. You look like Rod Strickland with an afro, and I want this to work out in the NBA. Please execute at this level. If he rocks the fro all year, confidence is going to stay high.
If Dante Moore played exactly how he played last year, but he played for Ohio State or Indiana or Michigan, how would you feel about Dante Moore as a pro prospect?
I would feel like I feel about almost every quarterback that comes out. I see it. There's great traits there.
Are you afraid of it?
I don't know if I'm afraid of him in big games. No, I don't
Not
think
yet,
he's
at least.
shown enough to make you afraid of him. That's one of the big challenges of him this season is showing that he can do it in bigger moments. And until he does that, there's the idea of why would I be afraid of this until I think anybody who is not at a nose-to-nose talent level with Oregon, a la Ohio State, Indiana, like the upper echelon teams in the Big Ten, you should be terrified of him because he shredded those defenses all year. USC, Washington, he had a really good
game against was it Wisconsin?
The Wisconsin game easily was his worst, yeah. They were all bad in that
game. The whole
game.
offense was terrible in that
He then
game.
broke his nose. He confirmed that he broke his nose, and they took him out of the game, and they were just like, this is stupid. Get him out of here.
That's
It's a
right. They
monsoon,
brought in Brock Thornton, right?
Brock Thomas.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I wanted to say Brock Purdy after you said Brock Thornton, and in the moment, I'm like, that's not Brock Purdy.
They had a lineman named Brock Thornton, didn't they?
Throckmorton.
Throckmorton.
That was a few years ago.
I like my name better.
Let me pull up the rest of his game log, though. But, yeah, I think the Wisconsin game was easily the worst. That was weather dictated a little bit, though.
I don't know what his final numbers ended up being from the Iowa game. That was another bad weather game. But
it wasn't good till the final drives.
At the end. That's right, yeah.
He was, in the Wisconsin game, 9 of 15 for 86 yards. They won 21-7.
And that weather was far worse in person than I think people on television
It was windy,
understood.
it was rainy, it was horrible. The Iowa game, similar. He was 13 of 21 for 112 yards and a pick.
Yeah, and go back to the fourth quarter. How many of those 112 came in the fourth?
I would be willing to bet
that was like half the yardage on the final drive.
That was
the
a
last
punt
drive.
game.
Yeah.
Big punt
Outside of
game.
that, I mean, every other game, he wasn't perfect against Northwestern, but really everybody else outside of Indiana, he was fantastic.
He's just fascinating to me because I cannot tell you that I think bust, but like I'm trying to really say.
I saw somebody comp his game just from an aesthetic standpoint to C.J. Stroud.
I saw that too,
and I can see it.
I don't know where I am on him yet. I think to your point, when he shows up and they start playing some of their big contests and he puts up real numbers and just looks like, oh my God, he's totally understanding everything.
Yeah.
I think I'll reach a conclusion, but right now I'm still kind of stuck in this, like, if my team had the second or first pick in the draft.
You wouldn't be psyched about taking
I
him
don't know
necessarily.
how excited or...
Talk yourself into it probably because you want to
Definitely.
be optimistic as a fan, but
Yeah.
I think that's a case study of almost every college quarterback.
Some of them
outside
stand
of
out
the
a little
rarefied
differently,
ones
yeah.
that stand out. Everybody else is like, I mean, I guess I could see it.
I mean, look at Tyler Shuck.
But
There's
it's
a
roll
lot
the
of
dice.
buzz on Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
And you and I were like, we watched it play. He couldn't
made
stay
fun of him.
healthy.
Yeah.
Maybe there's buzz in New Orleans now with Tyler freaking Shuck.
He was back throwing at Oregon this offseason.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, go to one of your other lovers, Tyler. Huh?
What's he in the NFL? Is he a
got
duck?
I don't know what he
Is he a
He can't
Red
classify as
Raider?
a duck, can he?
Is he a cardinal?
He's got to be a cardinal.
What
Last
is
one?
he?
You got to go last one, don't you?
I think so.
Last lover's got to be the one that you shout out.
Loaded second hour of the radio program. Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague's been extended. We'll get to some audio, but we'll kick it off with Adam Rittenberg of ESPN, who was at Big Ten Media Day. His takeaway from the 3-day media tour. Adam Rittenberg, ESPN, next hour 2 on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Trailblazers and City of Portland meeting face-to-face for the first time since a proposed term sheet from the City of Portland was sent the Trailblazers' way, all trying to get a new long-term lease done. While little productivity was done there, it sounds like everybody feeling positive they will find their way to a new lease. NFL signing still going on around the NFL training camps. New Orleans Saints agreeing to a 4-year, $132 million contract extension with receiver Chris Olave, $90 million to be guaranteed. 49ers bringing back Deebo Samuel on a 1-year, $7 million deal after he spent last season playing for the Commanders. Portland Fire welcome the Indiana Fever to Moda Center tonight for a 7 o'clock tip on 910 ESPN. Portland pregame coverage at 6:45. The Fever 8.5-point favorites. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
In hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. College football and farting in the huddle talk on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We will get to, obviously, the audio elements of Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague today.
Lots said yesterday. Final day of Big Ten Media Days.
Yeah, there's almost like there's too much audio.
It's
the
too
NFL
much.
camps, I'm trying to go to all the camp spots that I can see good audio cuts. You got the College Football Media Days going.
It's overwhelming. Now the media days are kind of wrapped up. That will ease up. A lot more training camp stuff. We'll get some coach press conferences at some point as we get closer to the start of college football. But media days, man, they're shooting that audio down your throat like a fire hose.
There's no doubt about it. We will talk with Adam Rittenberg coming up in just a couple minutes. He wrote a piece on ESPN about Indiana. Kurt Cignetti made some waves. We've got Jed Fish just openly telling you what the situation is at UW and also some ideas of how to fix college football. Sticking in Seattle, Mike McDonald had a Hard Knocks tee sent out yesterday, and it's exactly what you'd expect from Mike McDonald. And so he'll join us. But I want to tell you guys, would you like a fun fact?
I would love a fun fact.
According to the Hard Rock Bet Book.
Hard Rock Bet Book.
The casino?
Yes.
With the guitar?
With the guitar casino.
I've actually never been to the Hard Rock Casino.
Neither have I. I've never been inside of it.
I think I've only been to Caesars and Treasure Island.
Oh, really? Miss Circus?
I and Johnny got tall drinks.
We did.
And then
we definitely went to Treasure Island on that trip.
And we stayed at Caesars.
We stayed at
I
Caesars.
didn't go anywhere else.
That was all you went to? That's your only trip to Vegas?
I've only been to Vegas once.
Only one time?
And it was that trip.
Yeah, I want to get back to Vegas.
According to the Hard Rock Bet, would you like some good information?
I would love some good information.
Today.
Yes.
This is a Friday.
It is a Friday. It's the last day of July.
Yesterday was the last Thursday the rest of the year without football.
Thank you, Jesus.
Hall of Fame game next week.
Thank you.
And then I think you got more stuff after. I don't know what game would be after that. Does preseason start that early?
No. So this is the last Sunday without football because you have the Hall of Fame game on Thursday, and then the first full week of preseason football kicks off the next Thursday.
Oh, gotcha.
So you have a week from yesterday, if that makes sense. So next Thursday, one game. The next Thursday, bunches of games. And then that Sunday, Saturday is when we start playing preseason games.
So there's some fun NFL and football stuff. Let's step into the Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague as we do every day at 7 a.m. And on occasion, we're joined by a guest. Adam Rittenberg, ESPN, is joining us to sit down, have breakfast, and talk college football. Adam, good morning. Thanks for hopping on with us. We appreciate your time. What is the Adam Rittenberg breakfast special today? What would Adam Rittenberg have for breakfast?
Oh man, God, nothing too exciting. I'm not like a big pancake guy. When I'm in the South, I do like grits. I don't have it often. Probably not very good for you, but I do like that. some combination of omelet, potatoes, bacon. Nothing too exciting. But usually with 3 kids, it's very difficult to even sit down for about 90 seconds before we have to go off somewhere.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Let's just take the potatoes and the bacon, and then we'll roll it up, and that's the omelet. We'll just call it the Rittenberg.
There you go. I love it. I love it.
That sounds exceptional. Really good stuff from Big Ten Media Day. Fun to follow the journey. It's got to be nice to be in your backyard over there in the Central Time Zone. What was your biggest takeaway from Big Ten Media Day? We saw the SEC, and my biggest takeaway was, what a bunch of whiners. What was your takeaway from the Big Ten Media Days?
Well, I think it was just the overall pride that's shown in the league. I've covered the league for a long time, and they'll never match the SEC pride, for all that goes into that league and how they play it. But they are certainly excited about what's happened here lately, and even amid all the chaos in college athletics, this has been a very good period for the Big Ten, and it has a chance to continue. The depth at the top of the league is as good as it's been in a really long time, maybe ever. You have a second group of teams that I think have the potential to at least sniff the college football playoff, and I think the investment and the alignment under Tony Petitti, who, again, is a bit of a controversial character outside of the Big Ten, but within the Big Ten, really leads the league well and is very popular among the coaches and administrators. So the Big Ten's in a good place. Like everybody else, there's a lot of changes in the sport, but this has been a much better last 3, 4, 5 years than certainly the previous 20.
Yeah, imagine if they win another one this year too in the conference. You get 4 in a row at Big Ten Media Day. Will sound like next year. I think one of the most interesting questions about the Big Ten year in and year out for me is we know there's a group of teams at the top of the conference that are title contenders, right? I think most people this year would say Oregon, Indiana, and Ohio State, who are near the top of the odds. The next team is always a fascinating race for me of like, who's next? Does another one get into the college football playoff? Because I think you can make arguments around other different teams in the conference. How does Adam Rittenberg feel about the race to 4th, and how many playoff teams do you think are in the conference this year?
Yeah, I think it certainly 4 is a reasonable expectation, but all these teams need to do work, right? Even the top 3, but certainly those other contenders. I think of the teams that are vying to be 4th, USC may be the most talented and complete, but might have the hardest schedule of those contenders. Whereas Penn State, I don't know how talented they are. They're certainly experienced, and they're very comfortable playing under Matt Campbell because it's essentially his Iowa State team moving over to State College with a few others. But their schedule is really in their favor, right? They don't have Ohio State or Indiana or Oregon. They have USC at home. They have Michigan on the road. Those are some of their bigger games this year. And if they can navigate that, at 10-2, you're going to get in the playoff if you're a Big Ten team in most seasons. So, whether it's them, there's a lot of talk around Washington. Speaking to Jed Fish and Damon Williams Jr. yesterday about their chances to take another step. He's obviously got to play better, Damon, in the biggest games. But Jed Fish telling me he thinks they can have a top 10 defense this year. And if you pair that with a quarterback with the playmaking skills of Damon Williams, you can do some special things and maybe get back to the playoffs. So is it those two? Is it Michigan? Is it Iowa, which has been very close? Or is it another team that maybe can rise up and surprise us like Indiana has the last couple of years?
Adam Rittenberg, ESPN, is our guest here. Big Ten Media Day wrapped up with its last day yesterday in Chicago. He's been covering and following college football and the Big Ten for quite some time. Finding some great work at ESPN.com and on Twitter at ESPN Rittenberg. All right, I'm gonna give you a hard one. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
You have to choose one of these 3 teams to be the most disappointing one that falls out of the race that we don't see coming. Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon.
Wow. It's a tough one because you actually could make an argument for Ohio State, as crazy as that sounds, based on their schedule. They have an incredibly difficult schedule, especially on the road. You're having to go to Texas, having to go to USC, having to go to Indiana, having Oregon at home. I mean, those are all really tough games that I think they probably could have benefited from midway through last season when they were cruising, and then they run into Indiana and Miami in the postseason, and it's over for them. So in some ways, they're going to be really tested, but there's so many games that could potentially go either way for them. It might be Indiana. I think I feel best about Oregon. I'm not just saying that because I'm talking to you guys, but I just think that hey, if they don't, their season is going to be measured by how they do in the playoff, not whether they get to the playoff. If they don't get to the playoff, it's a massive disappointment, and we're asking questions about Dan Lanning and all sorts of things. But with Indiana, again, a lot of new players in bigger roles, even though Curt Cignetti was clear in saying, hey, these guys have been part of our program for a number of years. You can talk about the JMU guys being gone, but these are the Indiana guys. These guys are used to how we run a program and the standards that we set, and have grown into these roles that now they're going to be the faces of the program. So, Indiana, to think they're just going to fall out of the conversation because of who they lost, I think is a little bit naive.
Yeah, it is. Every year we get that. There's a team near the top, and nobody ever, like Penn State, Clemson had a couple cases of it last year in the top 10 with title expectations. You never see it happen, and you just hope it isn't going to be your team. I'll kind of follow up that trend of a question with another one of, you got a list of quarterbacks in this conference that are very accomplished. If you needed to win one game, a Big Ten champion, like I got everything on the line, choose your fighter of Big Ten quarterbacks. Which is the one that you trust the most?
Well, I have a big piece coming out in a few weeks on just kind of quarterback intel that I've collected, and it is a really good group in the Big Ten this year. But I'll tell you that the guy that has gotten a lot of praise around the conference and is seen as a real a potentially high draft pick is Jaden Mayava of USC. He was leading the nation in QBR for much of last year. I think he finished second. So he's super efficient. A lot of big plays. Obviously, he'll be throwing to some new receivers, at least guys that'll be in bigger roles this year. But he's someone who coaches really think has great potential. Obviously, Dante Moore, Julian Sayin, some of these other guys who are coming back are notable as well. But I think in Damon Williams Jr. But I think the buzz around Jaden Mayava as a third-year starter for Lincoln Riley is very real.
What did you make, Adam, of Dan Lanning and the noise coming in about Lanning? Their season obviously doesn't end the way they want the last two seasons against Ohio State and Indiana last year in the playoff. Just the noise about him, the reputation he's kind of accumulated the last two seasons with the way the seasons have ended, and then what he was talking about at Media Day.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of respect for Dan. How can you have to respect the record, the ability to adjust to a new conference the way they have, winning the Big Ten in their first year in the league, and losing only one regular season game in 2 years. But you are ultimately judged by your postseason performance, and it's why I'm kind of curious your guys' take. Like, is anyone going to care what Oregon does in the regular season unless they really struggle? Because they're going to get to the postseason, and that's when they have to deliver, and that's when they have to compete at a lot higher level than they did in the Rose Bowl game 2 years ago, and then obviously the Peach Bowl this year. They've got to be in those games, and they've got to win those games, or else, given what he's been given as far as resources and money and staffing and all the different things that Oregon is investing in their program, you do start to question, is he the guy to get them a national championship? Because that's the only thing left for Oregon, right? They've won conference championships, they've gotten to big time bowl games, they've produced NFL players. You've got to win a national championship. And, yeah, that's maybe harsh because only one team does it every year. Mm-hmm. But that's what Dan aspires to do, and that's how he's going to be judged, especially this season when they're seemingly all in. I mean, I look at the national landscape, and I think the two teams to me, guys, that feel like they're completely all in for this season, given who's coming back, are Oregon and Texas. And only one of them can win a national championship. Maybe neither of them will win a national championship. But both of those coaches are under tremendous pressure, rightfully so, to deliver not just a good regular season record or even a conference championship, but in the playoff. That's where they're going to be judged.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up, Adam. We had that debate the other day, and I argued that as an Oregon alum, they threw at me if Oregon goes into the shoe and wins by 14 or 17, right, and it's like an eye-opening result of, oh, my God, you dominated. Maybe that changes some of the narrative. But the tough part, to your point from Lanning, is that he's done we've seen him win big regular season games. That's not new. Yeah. He beat Ohio State. He's beaten Penn State. He's won Big Ten championship games. Like, there will be, whether you're in the fandom or not, I think there will be that thought in the back of your mind of like, all right, nice win, but let's see it when it matters most because of the way the season ended the last 2 years.
Well, to let you in on our conversation on that, Adam, I think it's a very valid thing, and I think he would know better than I because he's the alum. He roots for him, and we're the home of the Ducks. But I just, as an observer and a sports fan, I also find that a kind of a miserable existence to, like, if Oregon dominates, not being able to go, man, that was awesome. It's like, well, are you going to do that in January? It's like, I don't know. We can only get, you can only one title winner a year.
It for sure is.
And look, the whole title of bust thing, I know they did it to themselves, but I've also heard it's like, what's the bust? Are we firing Dan Lanning? He's 39 years old. He's a top 5 recruiter. They're winning 12 games every year. I don't know what the bust part of that is. Certainly the pressure's on him, but I just think there's ranges of opinions on the Dan Lanning Oregon stuff going into the year.
Yeah, and that's fair. And again, you guys know this, and I think nationally, if you really study Oregon, not that it made sense or justified or it excused how they lost the game to Indiana last year, but there were a lot of things working against them. They were not a healthy football team. Their coordinators had already taken Power 4 head coaching jobs. Like, it wasn't ideal. You're going in to face a team that's absolutely rolling in basically a road environment. So I'm not making excuses for them, but I think Oregon can enter the playoff in a better position with this year's team perhaps than they did a year ago. They obviously have to address some of the offensive line departures, but you look at their skill and the depth, and having a quarterback like Dante, the number of starts he'll have at that time in his career in college, they should be at their peak. And I don't think last year they were. Certainly 2 years ago, that was a shock, right? I mean, they were an undefeated team. They'd won the Big Ten. They'd already beaten Ohio State. And to get bulldozed like that was wow. I guess in hindsight, I was a little less shocked that it happened with Indiana. But the bottom line is it can't happen again.
Yeah.
Early in Dan's career, it was, wow, he's such a gambler, and sometimes those gambles backfired against Washington. But now it's like, oh God, what's going to happen when he goes into the playoff? Like, is his team going to compete? And that's the question that has to be addressed here.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. There's a lot of pressure on him to win a national championship this year, as there is for, to your point, Sarkisian, Marcus Freeman's kind of in this category. There's a lot of guys, Mario, who have been close knocking on the door and haven't been able to do it. If I go to the different level of pressure of, like, you need to take a step this year, you need to showcase that you are moving in the right direction, I'm curious who you would put atop that list, because I know Lincoln's getting a lot of that hot seat conversation. I don't know if they fire him or not, but a lot of pressure at USC. Matt Rule's got a comment yesterday. We didn't come to Nebraska to go 7-5. You go 7-5 every year, so that's kind of what you're doing every year. Jed Fish, right, is like, hey, we're not getting enough money. Your quarterback tried to leave. We had to sue him to stay. I'm just like, in that next batch of guys of, like, man, it's kind of put up or shut up time. Is it an easy Lincoln Riley answer, or is it more complex than that for you?
No, I think it's Lincoln, right? Because Lincoln has obviously been very open about what he felt was lacking at USC, and would come to media days, seemingly year after year, and talk about how bad he had it when he arrived. And I don't think he's wrong, but people get tired of that. And one thing that I've appreciated in talking to Lincoln a couple of times this offseason is that he's not talking about what they don't have. He's talking about what they do have and how he feels like they have enough to get to the college football playoff. With the roster, with the way that the program's set up, they obviously brought in an incredible recruiting class, and some of those guys are set to contribute to this year's team. You have a guy like Maiava, who hasn't gone on to the NFL and is one of the more experienced quarterbacks in college football. You also have a brutal schedule, and that's what, again, I am confident in saying I think USC is going to win at least one of the 3 games at home in Washington, Oregon, Ohio State. If they can win 2 of those and then split their road games, they're going to the playoff unless they really stumble somewhere else. Now, if they get swept in all those games, we're talking about Lincoln Riley possibly being fired. So that's how important it is for Lincoln. I don't think Jed's on the hot seat. I forget who else you mentioned. I don't think anyone else is necessarily in that same boat.
Matt Rule just got an extension, too, and they probably regret that one right now.
And again, Nebraska, it's just, and I feel like I'm always too harsh on them. And I like Matt, and I think Matt's a good coach, but they're just in a different place, right? Like, they're not a program that's ready to compete nationally. And I know they've kind of been foolishly anointed at this time of year, even by some of my colleagues. I won't mention their names, but they're just not there. Like they're not there. They've been a horrible Big Ten team. And now they're, at least, getting out of that horrible phase and being average. But their time in the Big Ten has been a disaster. And there's just no other way to minimize it. And it's Matt's job to get them out of that, and he's trying, and maybe last year was a mini step, but until they're winning 8-9 games a year, I don't really pay a lot of attention to them.
Yeah. Kurt Signetti, we'll wrap it up here, Adam, because we appreciate the time. I know you've had a busy couple days here, and get back to the old family time and working on some of those stories that we look forward to reading. Kurt Signetti had a funny line where he basically said, my wife's been bossing me around. I'm ready to boss other people around. He's ready for the season. It's nice to have some unplugging time, some not as much pressure-packed time. And I know the media, you're always constantly working, but your downtime is obviously there's a period there. Are you as desperate for football as we are, to the point where we found out and we've already gotten excited about a September 12th football game at 12:30 between Mississippi State and Minnesota, because P.J. Fleck has never played an SEC team ever, and he's out there at Big Ten Media Day popping off on the SEC versus Big Ten stuff, and now we're excited about Mississippi State and Minnesota. Do you have something like that for yourself in terms of where you're at right now?
Oh, yeah, that's a really good one. I mean, there's a number. I mean, I'm excited for UCLA Cal, the opener, Bob Chesney, all the excitement around him. And Tosh, obviously, a guy that you guys are connected to, going back to Berkeley, where I grew up and started kind of fell in love with college football. So, yeah, the best part about covering college football is the college football season. The college football offseason is not a lot of fun. I get asked a lot of things that not you guys, but other hosts think are important, and I don't think the fans care. So the fans care about teams and games and transfer portal and some of the things that are really fun to talk about, new quarterback battles and so forth. So yeah, this is the best time of year. It was funny. I was talking to Sig, and he was like, "Yeah, we were down in Hilton Head, and my 3 grandkids are there, and someone got sick, and then someone's yelling, and all I wanted to do was get back to the office to watch film and, with my old crappy projector, which he still has in his office." So you can just picture, being in Hilton Head with Sig and how miserable he must have been.
Probably like all parents at the end of summer, like, please come back, school, please. We need these kids out of here.
Yeah, I mean,
man.
This whole thing of like looking forward to summer, summer's awful. Like, I can't wait for summer to be over.
Adam Rittenberg, that's why he's one of our favorites. ESPN does great work. He's got some good pieces, as he teased there. If you missed this interview, you can always catch it at 1051thefan.com. We'll catch up with him again. Camps are going to open up here soon. Good work, good stuff. Thanks for hopping on. It's great to catch up with you. I hope your summer was okay, and we'll get you back on and talk some more serious college football as the summer goes on.
Awesome, guys. Always fun. Thanks for having me.
All right, there we go. Adam Rittenberg, ESPN, our great guest there.
Are you there counting down the days for summer to end?
I'm in a weird spot of summer of like, there's an element of my kids being at school from a certain block allows me to just never
Time and
come
freedom
home and worry.
Yeah, get home, you got a couple hours, get your stuff done.
My wife's already annoyed of them. Now I got to be out. It's like I come home, I need a 45-minute like mental reprieve, but there's days I don't do it.
You walk right in the door and here you go, Dad. Let's go do something.
There's a little bit of that. But yeah,
down the days.
I mean, I'm looking forward to the fall.
It's almost here, man. We're almost there.
Good stuff from Adam Rittenberg of ESPN. All right, we got more cafe, and we'll get to it next on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan was the first public comments from the Trailblazers since they received a proposed term sheet from the city of Portland for a new long-term lease. They were there before City Council on Thursday, indicating they were ready to get to work once the city put in writing what it has said publicly. They will not sue the team per the first-class provision in the current lease. NFL teams still getting contracts done at the start of training camp. New Orleans agreeing to a 4-year, $132 million extension to keep wide receiver Chris Olave. $90 million will be guaranteed. 49ers bringing back Deebo Samuel. He gets a 1-year deal worth up to $7 million after playing last year for the Commanders. Portland Fire back home trying to end a 3-game losing streak. They host the red-hot Indiana Fever, winners of their last 4. Tip set for 7 o'clock on 910 ESPN Portland. Our pregame coverage starts at 6:45. The Fire, 8.5-point underdogs. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
This is called No Competition.
Ain't no competition out there.
Gotta
get some freestyles out of you this morning.
Binary Brewing and the Fan have teamed up for the Only Fan IPA. Available for limited time. Taste the Fan. Who are we tasting today?
Red 85. Fat Hot.
I think we're tasting lowercase.
Lowercase today?
Yeah, we'll taste the lowercase today out at Binary Brewing with their signature West Coast IPA. Go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location and ask them about their Only Fan so good. Only the Fan and Binary Brewing can pull it off.
There we go.
It's Stephen Vaughn yesterday telling me that they picked me on primetime to be the guy that would climb the Empire State Building and get to the top.
Really?
And I said, why did you do that?
For kicks and giggles?
They said it was me or lowercase because they think we're in the best shape to do it. And I said, I get scared when I'm 12 feet off the ground.
Yeah, that's not you. You're not a heights guy.
I might be able to climb something, but I don't want to because I'm terrified of heights.
Lowercase, I could see doing that, but I also don't know his thoughts on heights. Did you see the people that jumped off the Space Needle the other day?
I did see that.
That's who he was talking about.
Was that what he was talking about?
Well,
yeah.
I was confused because I said, are you talking about the couple that climbed the Empire State Building? He goes,
because that
the
happened.
Empire State Building? And I was
well,
like,
there
I
was
didn't hear
both.
The
So there was the couple that climbed to the top of the Empire State Building,
and he
proposed, and
yep.
they held. I can't remember what.
They've ruined every relationship now because how do you top that?
Good luck with that. And then there was, I don't know if it was two bros or what, but they climbed over the glass at the Space Needle.
That's what it was.
And then base jumped off of the Space Needle.
He said I was me or lowercase most likely to do it. And I'm like,
no.
I've been up to the Space Needle twice. And both times I was like, okay, saw it. See you later.
I'm going to back away from the edge here.
Get out of here.
Beep, 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 beep.
I want to be up there when the big one hits.
No.
So good stuff from Adam Rittenberg. We'll get to some more of what he talked about either today at some other point. I thought there was some stuff there we could bring back and have conversations with. Also, his omelet sounds delicious.
Does sound good.
Little cheese, little potato, little bacon. Oh, give it to me now.
Sounds fantastic.
But let's step back in the cafe. Got some audio I want to get to here from some dealings of what went around in the world of sports yesterday. Let's start in the Bay Area. An update on a player probably out for the season.
The expectation was that, as it often does with the PCL, that it would heal on its own. And that's why the 49ers proceeded the way they did, rest, go through a regular offseason program, which it seemed to be okay. But then 2 practices in, that same knee started swelling. And now the team is clearly concerned.
That is our friend Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers first-round pick a couple years ago, Ricky Pearsall.
Yes.
He
guy's had a rough go, dude. Got shot.
Got shot within a couple
rough
months.
go in the NFL for Ricky Pearsall.
Well, he's injured his leg again.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to need surgery, and that will mean he's out for the year, which is why you saw, I thought he was actually going to come back anyway, but I saw yesterday Deebo Samuel signed a 1-year deal to come back to San Francisco, so the boombox with Trent Williams and Deebo is back.
Might as well get the old band back together.
I text with Nemec once in a while because he's also a Niner fan, and I text this to him, and I don't know if he agreed or not, but I said, I'm calling it. Bust pick. Good player. Cannot stay healthy.
We're already there on Pearsall. Was he 3 years into the NFL or 2?
I think this is his third.
Because he
got
missed
shot
the
year
first
one.
full year, right?
He played last year and could not stay healthy.
Right.
I just have zero faith he'll ever stay healthy. He's a good player. He's talented.
Yeah.
He can't stay healthy. And
No.
he's going to be out for a year.
Yeah.
I think you can call it. I think when a guy's this injured, and the shooting has nothing to do with it, but when you get hurt on the field as often as he seemingly does, I'm ready to call it. I'll walk it back if I'm wrong, but I'm calling it. I think it's a bust pick.
Yeah, it has not gone well. He has 3 career touchdowns in 20 career games.
He's an absolute stud when he plays.
When he plays, he's been good. And the numbers on a game-by-game basis are pretty solid in terms of averages of what he puts up. There's just not a lot of availability there. The Debo move was a decent pivot, like considering what's on the market right now. There's not a lot. You have familiarity with him. It didn't work out for him at a year in Washington.
He played almost all season.
His numbers, like, we didn't pay attention to the commies last year because Daniels got hurt and their season was an epic disaster, but his numbers were not that bad. His yard after catch numbers were not that bad, and so there's some fat jokes in there and some age jokes in there, but he's certainly still an effective player, and I think they could... You sign Mike Evans in the offseason knowing that that's probably you're going to be your number one and the window's closing, so let's get him and capitalize. And now you added a nice depth piece there. What else you have in the room is a question mark. I did see the chuckle of, like, man, it's like day 2 of training camp and we're already starting with bad 49er injury news. We haven't even gotten a full weekend yet.
The coach came in banged
The coach has a concussion and loud music is throwing him off. People can't talk to him because he's disoriented. And your first-round pick from a couple of years ago, who you're banking on being the future at that position, is not going to be available likely for the entire year. Oh, by the way, that other wide receiver you took early in the draft, who you then signed to an extension, he's still posting on social media and not allowed out of free agent jail yet.
If there are any issues, it does seem like Nick Sirianni he and Jalen Hurts will be the ones who will get the finger pointed at them, and their seats will be hot. It all begs the question, it really makes you wonder, okay, how do they get to the point where the seat would get hot? Because I think that will really navigate a little further as to what happens. I mean, at the end of the day, this guy has been to 2 Super Bowls with this team and won one of them. He's got an amazing record. They've won a lot. They've been to the playoffs every year under him. It's hard to think that his seat could get, quote, hot. But alas, we're in Philadelphia, and that is the way things are here.
Yeah, that was Scott Grayson of 97.3 ESPN on Nick Sirianni, who, by the way, very funny video came out of him addressing the team. Camps are opening up. In Nick Sirianni fashion. I read a book this summer, guys. It's called Chop Wood, Carry Water. Feel free to get a copy. I brought in more. It's got chapters, right? About patience. Jalen, your dad always said, effort. It's free. Give it. It's one of the more awkward Nick Sirianni speeches. I read the book, by the way.
Did he ChatGPT that one? Did he get a prompt on what to say to his team? Give him a book. Get him motivated.
Chop Wood, Carry Water. Good little book, but very funny. Sirianni definitely feels like he's on the burning hot seat if they super underwhelm.
I love the idea, like, this is Philadelphia.
Yep.
We realize that they've won multiple Super Bowls in the last decade, right? And Nick Sirianni has not won all of the Super Bowls in Philadelphia. They had another coach who won a Super Bowl in Philadelphia.
And they fired him 2 years
Who has
after.
a statue up of himself out front of the stadium with Nick Foles. We acknowledge that.
Yeah.
He went to the playoffs the following 2 years. One season won a playoff game. The other year did not win a playoff game. And after his first losing season, they fired him. That's how it works in Philly. Like, this is the way they operate as a sports town. If you don't make the playoffs or win a playoff game this year, Nick Sirianni's probably going to get fired. The Hurts one, because the contract stuff's a little more complicated, I certainly would be looking to move on. But, if he doesn't win a playoff game this year, bye-bye.
I still have a long way out. I feel more comfortable, but I am nowhere near where I need to be, especially with learning the playbook, and I still need to go a lot longer and attack the playbook harder. So I'm still ways away. But I feel like I'm more comfortable from day 2, especially from day 1. I'm just trying to do my part, focus on the next rep, and do everything I possibly can to prepare myself to be the best asset I can for my team. And whatever decision is made at the end, that's fantastic, and I'm all for it. I just want the team to win. So that's where I'm at. But I believe that we have so many great players on the team, and there's a heightened sense of urgency.
That's number 1 pick, Fernando Mendoza, new Raider quarterback, saying he's taking it day by day and learning more and more and just wants to win. funny AI video came out of Max Crosby doing a selfie video, filming behind the scenes Kirk Cousins ramming Mendoza against a locker and just screaming obscenities at him while Mendoza's like borderline crying. Total AI video.
Yes.
Looked really funny, but there is Fernando Mendoza, who many believe is going to ultimately prove Charles Davis right, that he is going to play much sooner than Daniel Jeremiah's like week 12, week 13.
I mean, what are we doing here, dude? You got to figure out what you got with these guys. We've seen it work for a lot of teams who maybe don't hit as a rookie, but then can hit in the second year because you get that guy experience, right? We saw this with Caleb in Chicago. We saw this with Drake May in New England. I remember Patriots fans 2 years ago arguing with me, you can't put Drake May out there. You got to keep him healthy. What are we talking about? It's the NFL. Guys get hurt. Like, you got to learn how to survive at this level. Let's see what you got. Go get some reps. There's no expectations as a team this year. I think it's a mistake to play Kirk Cousins at all, if you're asking me. By the way, on him, did you see the, like, little cone warm-up drill that they were doing? There was a video that went viral.
He was dead last.
He can't,
He looks
literally
like Roy
can't move.
Kent when they decide Roy Kent can't start in Ted Lasso anymore.
I've said a lot of dumb stuff on this show, okay? I said I can outrun an alligator. There's been a lot of comments that, I'm going to stand by because I do that and I'm stubborn.
You don't have to prove it?
I think I could beat Kirk Cousins in a cone drill. I think I could get him.
If he tried.
If he tried.
If he, really tried, you think you could beat him?
You know who has 2 intact Achilles? This guy.
Swag, do you buy it?
Mr. 500-yard swimmer? You think he's the authority on this?
Well, I'm not asking him to be the authority.
300-pound squatter? Of course. Of course I'm the authority on this.
He looks so slow.
He looked really
like
slow.
He's always been unathletic. That's never been a strength of his.
Not unathletic. He just compared to those guys, he is.
Yeah. Mr. Coles. Start Mendoza.
Good to see you, man. We're back. Next, cameras. All right, Hard Knocks. The way I'm thinking about it is like this. We talked about it in the spring, but this is a gift from the football gods. Yes. Okay? I'm one of the most awkward guys in the history of America. I used to worry all the time about, well, what are they going to think of me? And no, I don't want to say the wrong thing. And, screw it. Okay? It doesn't matter. Okay? All I'm worried about is creating the best football team we can possibly create. Okay? And I want to make sure that we're us all the time. That's all I care about. It's a gift because it reminds us to be us every time that you kind of stray away. I want the world to see you guys. See what makes you guys you. Don't you? How good can we get at what we do? That's Ken. It's awesome.
Dirt, I just want you
to be you. You just be you.
Mike McDonald. Hard Knocks teaser there,
I almost expected a Big Gulps quote at the end.
Well, Big Gulps, huh?
Big Gulps, huh?
Look, you can't question anything about him as a coach. He just won a Super Bowl. He is a brilliant defensive mind. To the victor go the spoils. I feel like he is going to lay one of the bigger Hard Knocks eggs that we've ever had.
You can never beat Joe Philbin.
Nothing will ever beat Joe Philbin. Joe Philbin will always be the king of that mountain.
Far and away the worst that will ever exist on television.
Look, again, brilliant mind. There's not a lot, unless you're a Seahawks fan, there's not a lot of entertainment value there.
Joe Philbin was literally the dinosaur guy in Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yes. He's walking around picking up trash at the practice
I
facility.
don't know. See, I think...
You think he's going to be interesting?
You found that kind of funny, like in an
awkward
way. Awful.
Yeah.
Well, he already said I'm the most awkward guy in my life.
You got to own it and acknowledge it. More personality than we've ever seen.
And what I think is...
Listen to this. Hold on. Listen to it.
Good to see you, Ray, man. We're back. Next, cameras.
Cameras.
Hard Knocks. The way I'm thinking about it is like this. We talked about it in the spring, but...
There's more personality in that 40-second
than Joe Philbin,
clip.
sure.
Well, than we've ever seen from Mike McDonald.
I've never really seen many videos of him.
That's my point.
That's the point. I think what he's telling the guys is...
They're not that interesting.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to be conscious of it. I think he's gotten to a place where now that he's been told, I'm sure he's been briefed on how the production works, what they need access to, when they will be there, all of that stuff as a head coach, because I would want to know exactly what it is that I'm dealing with. He's like that detail oriented. But once you get it and you process it, now he's like, okay, I know where they're going to be. I know what's going to happen. Now I can just go run training camp, and I don't think he's going to worry about it.
I don't think he will at all.
And so I think you're going to get... Like you think we're going to get to see the real Coach
and it's not going to be the coolest coach. I'm not trying to pretend that.
It's not going to be
this is not a criticism.
I
don't want my coach to be entertaining on Hard Knocks. I want my coach to win
but
games.
I think
that does
he's
not matter.
Be less dull than you think.
Oh, okay.
I just think it's like a Harbaugh situation. He's not Harbaugh, but I think he'll have moments where you kind of go, what a weird dude, man. What an odd duck.
And maybe that's
But he's a
entertaining
great
for some.
He's a great football coach.
Unbelievable football coach.
He absolutely is.
Seahawks fans are going to eat this out of the palm of their hands, as they should. You just won a Super Bowl, this guy won a title, like, you're going to love every second of this. I am curious, because we do this every year going into Hard Knocks of, like, what's the entertainment value of this team being on Hard Knocks? The Super Bowl champs is a very rare thing. I'll be curious how their personalities stand out. Their quarterback doesn't have the biggest personality. Their head coach doesn't have the biggest personality. JSN's kind of a quiet guy. Maybe I just don't follow enough of their stuff, but he seems like a quiet, unassuming wide receiver.
I think you get a lot of the defensive
Probably
guys.
the D-line. All
Leonard
those
Williams
guys are out.
seems to have a
Leonard
personality.
Williams will be
Yeah.
outspoken.
Yeah.
I'd just be curious, like, who are the guys that end up standing out as the show goes on? Because it'll start, 2 weeks from now, a week and a half from now?
But I think if they truly let him into their coaches' meetings, their roster cut downs.
I mean, there's only
that
so much
sort
they
of
give you
stuff.
access to, but yeah.
Well,
I
the
think-
roster cut downs are pretty
Yeah.
obvious. Nobody's going to make the team, basically, right? Like you're going to know the journey of some
One guy.
random white guy. He's like, I've been
Right.
trying for this my whole life. You're like, I love this guy. He's
Fall in love with him, man.
like, at the end of the thing, he's going to get cut. He's a practice squad guy.
Are you guys going to watch? You guys still watch
Well-
Hard Knocks? Because I do still watch. I do it all the way until the last. I never watched the last episode.
So who was it last year?
God, that's a great question. Off the top
And
of my head.
I didn't say that to like make you not know. I'm more saying I don't know if I've watched in a couple years. Like, weren't the Bills in it one year?
The Bills were in it one year.
I haven't watched it we haven't had access to HBO for a while, so I haven't watched it.
That's the
for a
one
while.
I think I watched like half of. Because remember, the defensive lineman was taking his kid race car driving?
Yeah, last year was the Bills. That's what
right.
it was. And it was their offensive lineman. Why am I blanking on his name? And he's super into the car driving and
Drifting.
Drifting, and
Yeah. I watched some of that one. I will watch all the episodes of this one because, one, I think the NFC West is going to be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And two, we play Seahawks games on our station. Like, we got a lot of Seahawks fans in our area.
Oh, yeah.
So for that interest, I will
Has
watch
there
it.
ever been a defending Super Bowl champion that's been the subject of it?
They just changed the winning thing. Like a team has to.
It used to be you had to pick from the bunch of teams who didn't make the playoffs and didn't have a first-time head coach, and you could not pick one of those, and they changed that rule because all of those teams were saying, no, we don't want to do it, and all the good teams are getting away with not doing it. I always watch all the way until the last episode because the last episode happens on the week that college football actually starts. And so I need a football hole filler until then, but then I have actual football on my TV.
We'll get to some local stuff coming up at the top of the 8 a.m. hour. We're back with a little bit more cuts of audio in Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Van. Welcome back in. We have an audio clip we'll play at the back end of this that will carry over, I think, into the 8 a.m. hour. It's a beautiful little Friday edition. Good morning. Hello. Hope your commute's gone okay so far.
Is it about the poors up north?
The poors up north. No, it is not that, actually. It's
poors?
more local for us.
Ooh, okay.
We have not talked about
we have not. We had a big meeting
City
yesterday.
Council meeting with the Blazers organization. I caught probably the last 30% of that. What I saw, I walked away and was like, oh. And then I had a couple people texting me, was like, what an utter disaster. And I was like, I guess I got to go back and watch the beginning of what I missed.
It's really interesting because I've seen that. We were running. Teddy had a doctor's appointment yesterday. I didn't have a chance to watch much of it live. I tried to catch up on as many of the snippets as I can, but I heard Isaac and Suk last night talk about it. And it was really funny because I just read pieces about it after the meeting was over, and it was basically what you're describing. This was a disaster. And then I get to Isaac and Suk's segment on it, and they're like, nah, it went pretty good. I'm like, we are coming at it from two very different angles
I texted with Patrick about this, and we had two differing opinions to a certain degree.
Interesting, yeah. Two people looking at the same thing, watching the same thing, can have a very different takeaway.
Well, you know what I'll do? I'll just punt on the rest of the college audio. We'll save that for a different segment, because Big Ten Media Day, I think these Media Day deserves, the full treatment of, like, let's get to this coach and that program and this conversation.
Like Jed Fish saying we're playing a game on Sunday, that means we're the 33rd NFL team.
Finish top 5 in your division, in your conference. All right? Finish top 5 in your conference. Okay?
Make it too easy sometimes.
Couple notes here. One, Stephen A. Smith's absolutely going to run for president.
Yes.
And
Is there any policy position he could have that would get you to vote for him?
Like, get my actual vote.
Your actual vote.
No.
What is
he could come out and say
the biggest issue that you believe
we will
in?
mandate 3-day weekends. We are changing in America.
4-day week.
4-day work weeks. Everybody's only working 4 days
Even
anyway.
that would not get you to vote for Stephen A. Smith?
No.
Day after Super Bowl is a national holiday.
No, it's already
day.
going that way.
That's one day.
It's going to be scheduled on President's Day now, and it's going to be already a holiday for a lot of people.
It should be, but that's not a voting. I need more than one day to get my vote.
Okay. Also, I don't trust any of them.
No.
I was told the Epstein files were fully released.
And we weren't going to start
I was told no new wars. Prices were going down.
That's not quite happening.
So I don't believe any politicians anymore. All right. We'll get to the local stuff. Have you seen the AI video of Tony Romo?
I have seen the AI video of Tony Romo.
Swag. I am deathly afraid of AI. I'm appreciating, by the way, shout out Salem, the community of Salem coming out and just absolutely telling the politicians to get bent with their data center.
Oh, they wanted to build one in Salem, huh?
They did. They said no, they tabled it, and then the governor came out and said, actually, I'm not going to allow that. And, take it further, get rid of all of them. They don't serve a purpose, in my opinion, and they waste our resources. That being said, the AI video came out of Tony Romo taking the field sobriety test, and it was him doing the Dak Prescott hip thrust that you saw pre-game.
It's so good.
In his outfit that he took the field sobriety
test. All right, you ready, Tony? Tony, hold on. I got to warm up a little bit. Ha! 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 You got to do those hip swivels.
That's the only thing I'm good with AI on.
Yeah.
Let's get to the local Blazer City Council conversation, since we'll get to some college football coming up here. Here was Jamie Dunphy yesterday after the meeting of the City Council and the Trailblazers.
Today was a show from the Blazers that they are serious about coming to the table. I don't know that this guarantees anything. In fact, I think that the distance between the Blazers and the city right now is pretty significant. I do think that once we are able to begin these conversations in a real meaningful way, we will arrive at a conclusion that is beneficial for everybody. I won't sign a blank check. I'm not assuming that it's just a done deal no matter what. And there's a lot of work to be done, but I have a lot of confidence that the people who are going to be involved and the players in this are absolutely serious about finding what that path may be.
So that was Jamie Dunphy, the president of the City Council, and they had a big open conversation that you could have streamed and watched. I saw Quick there. I saw Wright Gazaway.
Yeah.
Those are only two that I had noticed in the crowd, but I'm watching the end of this, and, they were non-committal, the Blazers, on elements of the negotiation. They would not give specifics. They cited a weird income tax thing in the city, which wasn't true. I thought that was a bizarre thing by Hankins.
Yeah, that was a bad look for them.
From what I caught, I went back and resaw some of the stuff that I had missed, but from what I caught, my takeaway was they're really hanging on to this lawsuit thing, and I don't like that. I don't blame the city for not sitting there and going, yeah, we're just going to scratch that out now out of the fear of losing the team and then being blamed for it.
Right.
You had Keith Wilson assure them at the very end, I promise you, we will not sue. You have to have 7 votes, and he has to be the deciding on this stuff as the mayor to do it. They already have 7 people vowing they won't sue. Because city council, like if Mitch Green wanted to sue the Blazers, he couldn't do it.
Steve Novick, you can just say that all you want. You're 1 vote.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
So there's no actual threat of litigation. And then because of the stipulation of first-class standard, they were asked about it, and they basically, as a team, had to lie and say that they think it's first class. And then I think it was Olivia Clark was like, then why are we renovating? And I just thought, like, really? Can we... I wish they could have been like, we don't think it's first class. That's why we're renovating the whole inside of the arena.
Yeah.
You know.
But they had to say that because if you said no, then all of a sudden they could say, well, here's our lawyer. We're going to sue you.
My take is this. I don't like the way the Blazers are handling themselves in this right now. I think the city is ready to say, here it is on August 12th. And then you get to the real negotiating stuff of it. That's going to be a problem. It's going to be annoying. It's going to be more media write-ups. I think the Blazers need to get over themselves. Dwayne Hankins has been here since 2013. Was he not part of the bridge lease?
The bridge lease was signed originally when Paul Allen built the building in 1994 or whatever. The original lease with the city, that was in it.
The bridge lease, they came to the agreement.
It's also still in the bridge lease. They signed the bridge lease.
Okay, but like my point is, he's been here. He's known about this. This is suddenly a problem. It's not. This is a Tom Dundon thing.
Well, and the new owner knew about it too because he looked at all the contracts before he bought the team. And so if he wasn't aware of it, he was an idiot. And if he was aware of it, now he's just negotiating in bad faith because he always knew that was in there. I from the readings and the takeaways that I had from it yesterday, not being able to watch all of it, one, I thought it was a big positive that everybody was there. Shout out to the Blazers for showing up. And I know that's the bare minimum of the work that was required of them, but at least they did that because it would have been a really bad sign if they didn't show up.
The no-show would have been far worse than them
would have
pointing
been horrible,
to a lawsuit
right?
stipulation.
I thought the city council won the day yesterday because the Blazers seemingly were arguing in the past. This whole lawsuit threat that you pointed out, the mayor came out and said, this isn't happening. I have to sign off and the council has to sign off on it. It's not going to take place. It's only there if you leave. So the whole argument of this is moot because you're telling us you're not leaving, right? So what's the point in haggling over this? The one thing I do want to point out, because I think it was important that we had that meeting yesterday, nothing from a, concepts and detailed plan perspective is actually being debated yet. And I think this needs to be brought up. There's votes coming up in the next couple of weeks. The county is first, and then the city council is second. The city council vote on August 12th, which is when the vote is taking place, is not for the final binding agreement. There was this quote that went viral of them saying, you have 20 points that you disagree with. Can you give us the 20 points? And then I think it was the head counsel of the Blazers was like, no, until you remove the threat of litigation. And we went around in that circle a little bit. We don't need to know their points yet. The August 12th vote is essentially saying, that's entering into an MOU, which is a memorandum of understanding, which means basically we agree we want to get this deal done. We agree we want to start working together. Now we have until the end of the year. That's when the work comes in of figuring out, okay, unions, tax amount, this payment, that, like that's when all that stuff gets ironed out. That August 12th is just a vote to say, we will put the money up. Now let's figure out what the details are in the contract. And so I think it's important to point that out because a lot of people are insinuating, how do you get this figured out in the next 13 days? You don't. You just need to vote yes on August 12th. Say, here's the money. NBA comes in and says, figure this stuff out. And then you have until the end of the year to iron out the details.
Well, it's very interesting. The one thing I held on to, and maybe this is just me being the optimist who is at DEFCON 4 and not worried they're going to leave, is the lead negotiator, or the counsel, I should say, for the Blazers. I forget the gal's name.
Yes, I know. Yeah,
Ann Hankins. Both said multiple times, we want to get the deal done.
Right.
Like they pointed to some things inaccurate, other areas of like clearly they're going to try to. I think they're going to. The reason I think they're sticking on this litigation part, the lawsuit, is my opinion is something is going to pop up and they're going to go, we need another $50 million. Because that's the least surprising thing that would happen in an arena renovation, right?
That's one of the big sticking points. Well, is who pays for the override of the cost? Because you can put the money up, but it's going to go more than that.
And if that's wrong, then we'll have to amend that statement. But like my takeaway is that they both kind of said it at the end of looking forward to getting a deal done,
right?
While the city, I agree with you, largely came out looking pretty good in this.
The Blazers are arguing something that was signed years ago.
Exactly.
That has been in the lease agreement forever. And why is that getting brought up now?
Well, Hankins noted that Portland's current stagnant business climate, high income taxes, and divisive political environment make this a tough city to invest in, and it's harder to sell tickets. They already sell tickets pretty damn well.
Yes.
And I will fully acknowledge there are elements of the city that are not great. I will also follow up. It's very interesting. I think people need to dig into how the Blazers before Dundon were doing business.
Oh, what? You telling everything wasn't perfect under Jody? Is that what you're saying?
I think the idea of like climate and business sales being so bad that they're dead last and awful is not entirely accurate of the picture that the organization was actually dealing with.
Maybe there was no sense of urgency because the other person didn't really care that much. Oh, interesting. Nobody would have argued that over the last 4 to 5 years.
There's somebody that I would say I trust that has done some digging on this topic of like the business climate of Portland and, you know, it not being perfect, but also how much is this the organization's fault?
Right.
Yeah, Dundon fired a bunch of people. There's been like outsourcing stuff I've heard where they're using representation that's not even in America.
Got that going for us.
So like, how do you do good business locally if you're outsourcing
things
business
over an ocean
that aren't here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Not a good idea right there, Bob.
So, like, I think there's some misleading elements from the Blazers' end here, and I agree with you, I think, on the city council. Overall, coming out of this pretty good. It's evident, if you watch that, the mayor and everybody, they want to get this done. They want to sign the 20-year lease, renovate the arena, and move on from this topic.
Yes.
The Blazers playing a little bit of hardball, but I didn't come away, like, super panicked about it. All right, we have a lot to get to in the third hour and the fourth hour. Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainhomeservices.com.
I deserve to be compensated for that. And I think I'm a franchise quarterback. I've been told I'm a franchise quarterback. It's been said publicly from ownership down here. And so to not have a deal done is very disappointing.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield really hot and bothered. Pissed off Baker Mayfield on not getting his contract agreement with the Bucs. Maybe they'll come to an agreement at some point, but right now, two seem pretty far apart.
He seems like a pretty stubborn guy, too. He has said, take me at my word. I will not negotiate when camp starts. He says he's done. So I don't think there's a deal coming, and then you're left with a decision next offseason. Do you give him the franchise tag for $50 million, or do you let him walk? It's a big looming decision in the NFL.
Who's stinking it up? The Bucs and Baker Mayfield together on business. Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services, who want to make sure your AC is working, and they have a tune-up special for just $89. Three Mountains Certified Techs ready to help you beat the heat. Book your appointment today. ThreeMountainsHomeservices.com.
105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan. First time the Trailblazers and City Council sat down and met face-to-face since a proposed term sheet from the city for a new long-term lease was put on the table. Team indicated they were ready to get to work once the city put in writing what it has said publicly. They will not sue the team per the first-class provision in its current lease. To the NFL training camps, New Orleans agreeing to a 4-year, $132 million extension to keep wide receiver Chris Olave. $90 million of that will be guaranteed. With concerns about Ricky Pearsall's health, the 49ers bringing back Deebo Samuel on a 1-year deal worth up to $7 million. He played last season for the Washington Commanders. Portland Fire back home welcoming the Indiana Fever to Moda Center for a 7 o'clock tip. You'll hear it on 910 ESPN Portland. Pregame coverage at 6:45. Portland 8.5-point underdogs. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader. 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your Fridays are off to a good start.
That's good right there.
Got a lot to get to in the final 2 hours of our week. Some more Big Ten audio from college football. What did Jed Fish have to say? Kurt Signetti is certainly talking that talk and walking that walk. And, man, why wouldn't you if you won a national title at Indiana?
Yeah.
So we got some of that to play for. I got some other tidbits out of the National Football League. We were in the middle, though, of talking about the Blazer Arena deal. And a couple things on this just to clarify, because one of the biggest frustrations I have is when people, tune in, but maybe you haven't heard the full scope of a conversation. You get a text like this. I support the Blazers. It doesn't surprise me you guys support the crazy city leaders who haven't done anything to successfully keep big companies from moving out.
First off, you literally have never listened to the show.
Take a big
if
scope
that's the opinion. That's
picture
okay.
thing, and that's fine.
Yeah.
If you've listened to the entire conversation, and this has been a very lengthy and long-term conversation, we have been incredibly critical of the city. I think the idea, and we literally talked about this yesterday, of Steve Novick coming out and threatening the lawsuit when that was unnecessary. You hold that in your back pocket if the team leaves. It just created this kind of retreat to your corners vibe from both sides. The whole point on the taking a side was on yesterday, and if you watched or read any content from the coverage of it yesterday, the Blazers are arguing over this lawsuit thing, which, again, only comes up if the team is to leave. And the idea that the city should just simply give that up to enter into better negotiations, that's the only leverage play the city has in all of this.
It's also unnecessary. So I was talking about this with Patrick because he has this counter behind us that he does the days without bad news. And
we're at 3 right now.
And he texted me yesterday, it's going to 3. And I said, was today bad or good? And he had just said, Council looks bad. I didn't think Blazers did. And I had seen most of the stuff that I had missed. And I said, you don't think the Blazers did? And he said, I thought they were fine. I said, the city guaranteed they wouldn't sue, and they still won't give up on this lawsuit business. And he said, previous administration, who trusts anyone guarantee? And this is just where I will fundamentally disagree. Who's leveraged in this situation? Who's leveraged?
It's not even close.
The city's leveraged.
Not even close.
So what would they get out of lying about this? You can say, well, a word versus putting it pen to paper is totally different. I understand that argument, but they want to get the deal done.
Yeah.
The takeaway yesterday, whether you like the city council, hate the city council, think Portland can never be saved, to people that text in when hearing 2 minutes of a conversation, this is the context. The city wants to get the deal done. There's no benefit to them going against their own word, and the mayor himself made it abundantly clear they're not interested in that. They want to start negotiating.
Yeah.
They want to give them the term sheet, and they want to move on from that. So to me, it's not about being pro-city council or pro-Blazers. There can be context in between this where you say, man, Dundon and the Blazers look like a bunch of jackasses right now because of citing this, which is a lie, or this, which already existed. And you can also say, dude, the minute Tom Dundon bought the team, I'm not going at the media reporters. they can write and report on who Tom Dundon is. The minute he bought the team, the city council should have come out with Keith Wilson, opened their arms, and said, it's an old building, we're renovating, welcome to Portland, it's time to change stuff.
Yes.
But what did they do? Well, I don't know. We might have to sue these guys.
Right.
I'm hearing a lot of noise about this old Tom Dundon. Why doesn't he come talk to me? And it's like, that was the worst approach you could have with a snake. Do you go up to a snake and try to startle it? No, because then it's going to cobra up on your ass, and now you're in this public negotiating battle with the media and council meetings, and it's annoying as all hell.
Yes.
And I'm not telling you to give Tom Dundon everything in the moon, but when we talked to that guy in Raleigh, what did he say? When Tom Dundon got to Raleigh, there was a natural fear that, the Hurricanes are leaving. And the city council or the bicentennial council or whatever it's called
the group
in Raleigh,
that runs the arena,
which, by the way, was built really close to the same time as the Moda Center, age-wise was about the same age, and the city council with a new owner came in and said, or the council that runs it said, yeah, we got to renovate it. We've had the building for years. We need to renovate. It's really old.
Yeah.
They didn't have this public posturing, let's attack Tom Dundon before having a conversation with him. So, again, not trying to defend Tom Dundon and the Blazers because I think they've had some jackassery here.
Without a doubt.
But I also think you set the tone at the beginning instead of being open-armed and saying, the district in Carolina is actually thriving around the Hurricanes.
Right.
We need some thriving business wins. Let's welcome the dude from Texas in. It was instant pushback because Tommy Two Nickels or El Cheapo is making decisions for the organization and politicians are feeling bothered by him.
Yeah, it's just, both sides are at fault for the position that we're in right now. And we have, if you've been listening at length, called out each side equally, probably more so the city side than the Blazers side, because they, to your point, are the ones that set this off on an off track from the very beginning of the sale going through, when those in the Blazers thought that when Adam Silver came to town and they all met with the governor and the mayor and everybody, they thought that they had basically a deal in place, and the city has said, not so fast, we need to iron out more of these details, and it slowed everything down.
Mm-hmm.
So that all of this is true and both sides are at fault. I just, when I watched the snippets yesterday, it just felt like we're arguing over something that doesn't necessarily need to be argued over. Now, you can contend, to your point, that the city councilors are the whole reason we're arguing this in the first place. Not even councilors, I should say one. It's Steve Novick was the only one who floated the idea of the lawsuit. And if they don't float that idea publicly, is this even a sticking point? Is it a debate? I don't know. Maybe the Blazers still bring it up because that threat is still out there and they've clearly read through the lease with their lawyers.
Yeah.
So the city, you can make the argument, is the reason we're in the position. But the Blazers yesterday arguing, one, on taxes that don't exist, this idea that we could get sued when every assurance is that we're not going to sue you and we don't have the votes to sue you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the mayor. I'm Keith Wilson. I'm not going to sue you. I have to sign off on suing you.
Yes.
None of this is going to happen.
Yes.
And they continued to say, we can't continue to move forward with this until that threat is removed. And the city's not going to remove that threat, again, because it's the only ounce of leverage they have in this entire thing. So what I continue to go back to is to point out that on August 12th, we're going to get a vote on the MOU. And if they vote in yes of the money being spent, now we got to figure out where it's all coming from. What are the detailed parts of the plan? Do we have union workers? What's the tax? There's still a lot of details to figure out. That is the next big ball to drop that we're looking forward to. And if we get that yes vote on the MOU on August 12th, and the week before that, we get the county saying, here's your full whatever their commitment is, $90 million, ballpark. That is a absolute great step in the right direction towards resolving this issue, getting back to sanity, and talking about things that actually matter and impact us as sports fans.
I think it's great because you'll say, okay, everything's in lockstep with having dollars readily available. The next step is actually not going to be fun either. Because I really hope to God I'm wrong on this, because I'd love for them to say, here's the $575 million. And they go, great, thanks, sign it, boom, 20 years. All right, start renovating slowly in the next few years.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love that. I think you got sticking points to still that they're going to get real contentious about.
No doubt about it.
Part of that.
No doubt about it. August to December is not going to be just smooth sailing.
It's
but
certainly not.
It will be a great step of, and this is what has been echoed and what I took away from watching the entire county meeting last week, is the state senator and many others insinuating, If the city, state, and county step up to the plate and deliver what they're supposed to deliver, which at the end of the day is what? It's the do-re-mi.
Yeah.
Here are the dollars for the renovation that they have all contended that Adam Silver has told them behind closed doors that he will help push this thing to the finish line.
Yeah.
You just got to step up and say, here's the money. And signing the MOU is an agreement on the amount of money you're giving for the renovation, and so that is there. Now, to your point, yes. Are there union workers?
Well, did you catch Hankins in that yesterday?
I did, yeah.
He
I saw
said
that
they
answer.
just negotiated with one of the labor unions.
He said that they have union workers already there, and so that's not
They just came to an agreement with
end
one
all
of
be
them.
all,
Yeah.
but they don't want all employees to be
No.
union employees. That's a different thing, and you're talking about like
that's a fighting point.
That's a
gonna
fighting
be
point that you're going to have to.
negotiating
But
thing,
again, it gets back to just say, here's the money. Now let's figure it out. And I think that's where the NBA says, okay, let's stop being stupid here. You got $600 million to renovate this arena. There's not that big of a difference between the two sides. Let's come to an agreement on this. Some side you agree on. The Blazers will still have the leverage in those negotiations and say some of this will be they're unwilling to move on, and that's fine. Just ultimately get a deal done. MOU, sign it. I'll take that as a great sign of progress. And ultimately, like not watching the entire thing yesterday, I did view that yesterday as like, man, I was nice to at least see them meet, come together, public testimony, and names and faces, quotes.
Want to get a deal done.
Want to get a deal done was
won't
uttered a
sue.
million times the entire time, and so there is still a big gap and divide between the two sides. That is 100% accurate. My point is, we have a longer time frame to figure that out than August 12th. You just got to say yes on August 12th.
Whoa.
Then we can figure it out.
I was going through Freeman did what we've kind of been doing, but he wrote it out. He wrote out the Blazers if they were leaving, where they go, and he maps out every city you can think of, and then says why, and then says why not.
Right.
And it was just funny to read how many why nots, and you're like, yeah, that's the why not's bigger than the why. The why not's bigger than the why. And Kansas City's mayor came out and was like, we're always ready for
We're
business.
a big league
It's like,
city.
You guys are on the hook for $1.8 billion. You got another stadium you're trying to keep with the Kansas City
You're building a new
Royals.
Chiefs Stadium and
by the
Royal
way,
Stadium.
Guess what's 20 years old? Their arena.
Yes, it's going to need a
So
renovation.
So at Kansas City's always the one, and we had our Kansas City guy, and then they went through St. Louis, and then Freeman correctly pointed out how truly Portland's not doing great in a lot of ways. I think it's not as bad, but there's a lot of elements of Portland that need to be improved.
Dude.
There's not a doubt in my mind. But he pointed out St. Louis. It's like,
you think things are going great there?
Portland's bad. St. Louis is kind
Maybe
of struggling
step
right
out of
now.
your bubble for a moment and realize there's a
little
lot
bit.
of cities that are going through that right now.
It's a little bit. So, I just continue to lean back on calling it out, balls and strikes. If I feel the Blazers are not doing something in good faith, I'm going to call that out. If it's the city, I'm not concerning myself mentally with the idea of them leaving, and I haven't gone there. I'm not going there. Yeah. And I thought yesterday, to your point, largely I'm encouraged. They sat down together. They were in the room. They're both publicly talking. We got an idea what the Blazers are thinking now instead of just reading about it through Orem or Quick or whoever.
Right.
And I think that's good and important. And we heard the term just want to get the deal done. City and the mayor made it abundantly clear, yeah, we want to get this done too. Get closer to 20-year lease agreement.
Yeah, I'm with you there. As we wrap up this conversation, I do want to pivot into some college football conversation. Last note on it that I have, I saw somebody tweet this yesterday, and I thought, I've made this argument before. It makes me chuckle. You just mentioned some things that is getting murmured about behind the scenes from a business standpoint from the Blazers over the last handful of years, especially when Jody owned the team, right? And maybe not all having all of their ducks
Just
in a row.
murmurs I've been hearing, yeah.
From a financial standpoint, I will continue to reiterate this. Who is still a 20% owner of the team?
The Vulcans.
The Vulcans, okay. Yeah. Who just made $4 billion on the sale of the team?
The Vulcan estate.
Got it. Where is that money supposed to go?
Charity,
philanthropic reasons. Yeah. What was something that Paul Allen was very passionate about? The Trailblazers being in Portland and owning a team in the Pacific Northwest.
Are you telling the Blazers count as a charity?
I'm saying you just made $4 billion. We're haggling over $120 million. You know who could do this and say this is all over in a heartbeat?
Well, they gave the arena for $1. That was their charity.
That's how quick it would take.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well,
out of the goodness of her heart.
It's not going to happen.
Because she was a saint and she did everything that was required to be a great owner.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. She could stroke a check in 10 seconds.
Well, also the Seahawks just got sold.
Yes. And all of that money has
For
to
a
be used
record
for
price.
philanthropic reasons. That does not count collecting penguin bones, okay? You can use these things for good purposes, one of them being keeping your brother's beloved franchise in the Portland Trailblazers in the city that they belong in, and we're haggling over $100 million. It's just, I saw somebody bring that up, and I thought it's a good point.
I don't know. I can't tell you what the future of the business operations of the Blazers is. Under Tom Dundon, you can think it's not going to be good because he's Tommy Two Nickels. You can think it's going to be great. Whatever. What I can tell you is some of the business stuff, it's a bit far-fetched for me. Not that there isn't, business struggles in our city.
Of course there
More
is.
like having the only team in the entire association without like a jersey patch. We joked about that yesterday, right?
Yeah, I've seen our guy Gunderson bring that up of like this idea you couldn't find a sponsor is ludicrous.
He's very right on that. Who just sponsored Notre Dame for $20 million?
SoFi did.
Is SoFi
Now-
based in South Bend, Indiana? Are
No.
they run by a bunch of Notre Dame alums? Like
Not to
maybe
my
a
knowledge.
couple. I don't know, but SoFi Stadium is in Los Angeles.
Yes, it is.
Notre Dame's a brand. They bought a brand. Did we not get a jersey sponsor because, the local economy's just such dog crap, or because
Right.
you didn't actively try as hard as you could?
How do we not have a Chinese company buying that? We got a crazy amount of viewers in China. How do we not have a Chinese company sponsoring that patch? At least one good thing would come out of Young Hansen.
The business for the organization's not been good. That much has been. It was made abundantly clear yesterday when he said they've lost $1 billion.
Yeah.
And then also made abundantly clear when Tom Dundon came in and fired a bunch of people, and it got written about how bad they were doing in business.
Right, they're not bringing in money.
We heard from people at our golf tournament that are like pretty high up on their business chain ladder telling us how awful a partner they were.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, and I'm not telling you we're like 300 section company here.
Right.
We had really primo seats, and they were
awful.
terrible as a partner. So, like, the business side of this isn't just the city. It also, the organization has to get their S together and start maybe taking it a little more seriously than they have.
Take it as a sign of good progress. Meeting happened. Words were spoken. Common ground in some ways was found.
Is your DEF CON still 3?
Still at 3. I'm still at 3.
You're not changing like the fire report? Danger, real danger, no danger.
The terror alert. Is there an election coming up? Do I need to go to terror threat orange?
You're very encouraged by yesterday, right? For
I
the
was.
most part, so you don't move back to DEF CON 4 of like
That's
not
a good
going to
point.
happen.
That's a good point. The Blazers showed up. I'll allow it. Let me move back to 4.
Great. Welcome
Water's
back to
warm
4.
with you. Let's
Yeah.
jump in the bathtub together.
Good to know.
What? That was weird.
What are we doing here?
I take a bath with you. I'm
Would
Bert.
you take a bath with me?
Yeah.
Are you a rub your ducky guy?
You're much more of an Ernie.
Are you a bubbles guy?
I don't mind bubbles.
You like some bath salts too?
Bath salts are good.
Bath salts are good.
Feels good on the body.
It does. We have a new anthem. One guy talking that talk, and another guy says, hey, you better pony up or I'm getting the hell out of here. Let's check in on college football next on The Fan.
Update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the deals keep getting done at NFL training camps, except for the Buccaneers. The New Orleans Saints finding common ground with wide receiver Chris Olave on a 4-year, $132 million extension. $90 million will be guaranteed. 49ers bringing in some depth at wide receiver, and old friend Deebo Samuel coming back on a 1-year deal for up to $7 million. He played last year with the Commanders. Portland Fire back on the Moda Center floor tonight, trying to end a 3-game losing streak. The challenge is the red-hot Indiana Fever, who've won their last 4. 7 o'clock tip on 910 ESPN Portland. Pregame coverage at 6:45. Fire 8.5-point underdogs. Final major of the year on the LPGA Tour. Round 2 of the AIG Women's Open from Royal Lytham in St. Anne's. Gino Titakun, the first-round leader with a 2-over round, now 1 shot behind Shiho Kawaki of Japan. Yelimi No on the course, 5 under overall. She's got 3 holes to play. Nelly Korda looking for a 3rd major this year, 3 under on a round today, 1 under for the championship. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, we'll dive back into some NFL football in the final hour of the show. It is a football Friday. Why the hell not?
It's a football Friday. We're into football Fridays now?
Blue 85!
It's the earliest we've started football Friday?
Yeah, I just said screw it. It's football Friday.
Okay.
I'm ready.
You don't want to keep arguing about city council members
No,
and billionaire funding? And
I don't. I'm done with that. I
Okay.
can't wait for that story to die.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Brings out some pretty bad stuff. Anyways, before we get to that, we need to talk some college football first.
Oh, before we get to the NFL
We got to
football.
start with the amateurs/pros.
I mean,
and then the pros. Ready?
Did you hear the devastating news yesterday? The UFL decided to remove the Houston-based football team.
Didn't kill the UFL?
No, you're thinking of the AAFL, I think.
Aflac?
Yeah,
Got
basically.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
the UFL is a
The
spring league.
The Houston team, they lost their team in Houston?
Houston lost their team.
How will they recover? Will they rebuild?
I don't know. There's talks of getting a different team in a slightly higher league that people can pay attention to in the next couple months. I don't know.
I'll give you a take. Yeah. I'd actually be upset if we got a UFL team.
I was upset when we got the Portland Trout.
Yeah.
What were the names?
Dude, the Portland Trout's actually not that bad of a name.
It's a pretty terrible name.
Portland Trout? It's better than the
it was
Thunder.
A steelhead.
It was a steel.
With a steelhead?
It was just steel.
Was it just
First
steel?
it was the Thunder.
But it was steel, S-T-E-E-L, right? Like steelhead fish? I think it was.
I thought, yeah.
Or is it the steel? What are we doing here?
Steal. Are we stealing from you? We'll steal the ball. Turnover.
I got upset when we got that. I was like, what a dumb thing to get.
This is stupid. Don't give me fake football. Yeah. Anyways, are you ready for the anthem? This is the damn anthem. Throw your damn hands up. Are you ready?
Is the anthem for what?
This is the official ESPN college football anthem.
Post Malone again.
You were going to hear this 8.7 million times.
We jelly rolling?
It's Shabuzi
over the next couple of months.
It's what?
Shabuzi.
That's
Are you
the name
ready?
Of the song?
Are you ready to meet?
That's the artist.
Shabuzi?
Are you ready to meet Shabuzi?
I've never heard of Shabuzi.
Yeah,
you ready to get your Shabooz on?
Everybody's in the bar getting tipsy.
Oh, that guy's name is Shabuzi?
That's his name.
You ready? You ready? You ready to learn something? You gonna learn today, Sprague? Here's your anthem.
Okay.
We've waited for this for a long time.
The momentum that can be generated here.
College football is the greatest, and we're about to show the entire world why.
What a scene. What a scene. You are built for this.
Try to knock me off my feet, still standing with more money than I came with. Took a loss, but I'm still gambling, man, cause I'm already feeling this fit.
How good is it to have fullback? Ridiculous.
You got the juices flowing?
A national championship awaits.
Devil I know, tell him he can get it back and do it. Me that I know, we shut it down. Everything we do it loud.
My goodness.
Tell him bring another round.
I think this is Gonna.
Know what time it is, baby. This one has become very personal. We'll see.
What do we think?
You
We
cut
got
it
fever?
off with 35 seconds left, so I think that tells me all I need to know.
I mean, I was vibing to it. I
that was
feeling
the
it.
least excited for a song we've played in like 4 years.
That is Shabuzi and Gonna. Am I saying that correctly? I am familiar with Shabuzi.
I don't think you should be saying it that way.
I'm not high. I don't know.
Gonna.
Is that what his name is?
You're saying it the whitest possible way you can. Gonna.
How do I say it not white? Give me the not white pronunciation.
Gonna.
Is that better? Am
How
I
do they
not
spell
white
it?
anymore?
G-U-N-N-A?
G-U-N-N-A.
Twice?
G-U-N-N-A. Gonna. Is that better?
It's a little better.
High Noon is the name of the song. That is your anthem
But
for
he
college
did the
football.
Tipsy song. Why didn't they just do that? That's literally what every fan base does.
That is a valid point.
Were we afraid of promoting alcohol during our commercial breaks when Bud Light's on the commercial?
They don't want to promote gambling on ESPN. They're against that. Gambling and alcohol.
Welcome into Alabama, where they sit a 7.5-point dog according to DraftKings.
Last year it was
what?
Jelly Roll, and this year it is Shabuzi and Gonna.
I mean, it does it for some people. That didn't do it for
That
me,
did
really.
not do
Doesn't do it for
anything
you?
No.
me.
Because if you're going to do a song, you
When was the
need
last
to-
time they had one that did something for you? Do you remember?
I didn't mind Jelly Rolls.
The Imagine Dragon one was pretty good. It just got overplayed.
Post Malone's was good.
Which Post Malone song was it? Do you remember?
I can't remember the name of the
Was
song.
what is this,
It's got
pre-country
the
era?
choir in it. No, yeah, it was
Pre-country era?
He has the choir in
Okay,
it.
I'm not familiar with his pre-country work.
They give me something I can.
I only know him as a country music artist.
You'd have to find it.
That's
I don't
all I
name
got.
the song.
That's where we're at.
The
right
Post
now.
Malone one was good because when you do a song, you got to have a really good hook.
Yes, the hook matters.
That was the beginning of a song.
Yeah.
And it's just that it takes a minute.
People
it
are
doesn't roll out for me.
People are opining for the coming to your city being brought back for game day because they don't do that anymore. Somebody tweeted yesterday, was like, this should have won a Grammy, or not a Grammy, but an Oscar. How did this kind of win an Oscar? Yeah, give it an Oscar. The video coming to your city.
I think you mean Grammy.
No, it's the video. It's the lead in the tease. They're in your city, buddy.
All right.
Do you know what Indiana has? They got a big target on their back, man.
A big trophy.
They do have a big trophy, too. They are the defending national champions, and Kurt Cignetti says, target? I got an answer for that.
How are you going to handle being the hunted now that you're at the top? It's like now you got a big target on your back. I
bought a bigger gun.
That's a great answer. Okay,
like that.
all right. That's
I also like that
we kind of passed. You just won the championship again. Like you're going to win again with an answer like that. Yeah,
we passed over it, but when we were talking about you winning, and you just you kind of mumbled under your breath, like we win. That's what we did. We win.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just coursing through your veins, winning.
I mean, I believe in our blueprint plan process and the way we go about doing things and our ability to get everybody to think alike and perform to a standard. It's worked in the past, and I don't see any reason it shouldn't work again.
Shake it up now.
You just won a national championship. Don't change anything, buddy. That is one of the best coach answers. He was hilarious yesterday.
It was great. He was the one of the media days. I thought that kind of won the whole thing.
I mean, he should. He won the national championship. Like, you're the king of the sport right now. You got to talk that. I mean, he's
but
always
he also
talked the talk.
said the right things, I
He did.
thought,
That's why he was the closing act.
Yeah, exactly.
You save him for last,
Yeah.
right? He's the finisher.
Dan's jealous, I think.
Without a doubt he is. Without a doubt. I'm
He
jealous.
thought all year, he's like, I had to go whoop their ass.
I got all these great quotes.
And Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush ain't walking out that tunnel. I
It's a
have
Trojan
this.
funeral. We're wearing black for a funeral.
And then Cignetti said, you
Just
suck.
buy a bigger gun.
Dude, that is
Buy a
one of the
bigger gun.
funnier lines I've ever heard. Like, off the cuff for a coach, you got a bigger target on your back. Well, you usually get expectations. You got to handle
That
it.
comes with the territory,
It just-
blah, blah, blah.
The immediate, before the question is even out of the mouth, I got a bigger gun, is such a good answer.
You know what's better than Shabuzi? Kurt Cignetti saying, I got a bigger gun.
Should he just be the whole teaser for college football, just him giving a motivational speech with a wink? That's kind of how the video game works for anybody who's played it. He had some other stuff to say, so here he is. One of the bigger questions on Indiana about this season, they had the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback last year. Fernando Mendoza was outstanding for them, went number 1 overall. Hit the portal, you bring in the furry himself. Is he dressed up like an animal right now? I don't know. But here's Kurt Cignetti on his new quarterback.
Josh Hoover's won a lot of football games, thrown for a lot of yards, a lot of touchdown passes. He has an innate ability to play the position of quarterback, kind of a natural passer, very accurate, processes very quickly. You know, the things we'll ask him to do are different than the things TCU asked him to do. We're not going to put the ball in his hand and say go out and win the game and outscore people. We're going to give them a run game, a defense, and special teams, and every once in a while on third down a punt's a positive play. All the one-year quarterbacks have followed the same line, and I expect him to as well. And I think this team's got a lot of nice pieces.
He's saying we're not putting it on him. The issue, remember, Sonny Dykes had the comments in the offseason, his former coach at TCU, so he turned the ball over a lot. We're looking forward to have a quarterback who doesn't turn the ball over. And so that's, again, Cignetti kind of hearkening back to, well, he's not our entire team like he was at TCU. We got a good offensive line. We can run the ball. And, oh, by the way, our defense is pretty solid. In 2 full years as a starter, I think that's what he ended up. He had basically 2.5 years at TCU. He threw 33 interceptions, 9 as a sophomore, 11 as a junior, 13 last year. And so he has had a lot of turnovers, but to Cignetti's point, you're not going to be asked to do as much here in Indiana.
I mean, there is no grandiose opinion takeaway here. There just isn't. You can argue with a wall if you want to. Nobody had the opinion that Fernando Mendoza at 100-1 was going to win the Heisman. They were going to go undefeated and win the national championship.
He was a good little player at Cal because we saw him on the West Coast, but never thought that's what it'll turn into.
When he went there, it was a footnote. It wasn't, oh my God, they got the best player in the portal and he's going to be the best quarterback in the nation. Yeah. We didn't have that conversation. So turnover problems at TCU. Sure. He's with Curt Cignetti in Indiana. I don't know if he'll match Fernando Mendoza's kind of special-esque kind of nature he had last year, but I'm just going to trust what their process and their situation is and assume that he's very, very good.
Nick Marsh is going to help that too. He's a stud. They got him in the portal as well. Last one from the old Sig there at Indiana. This whole Big Ten SEC debate will not end, and the SEC, look how hard it is. 9 games. We got to play it now. Big Ten saying, hey, man, we got 3 of these things in a row. Here is Curt Cignetti with kind of the final nail in the coffin on the debate.
The Big Ten is the best league in football. And a lot of really good football teams. It's hard to win on the road. Very physical football teams, very well coached. It definitely prepares you for the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. The numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest. We believe everything's earned, not given. And when we fall short, we say we fell short. We don't cry a river, whine, and complain.
I thought Dan was going to have that line. I did.
I
thought he would at least say that. I know his season didn't end well, and he maybe wants to do a little prove it thing, but great line. And he's spot on, and I love that. My takeaway from SEC Media Day was how whiny everybody already was. I thought Mandel had a good point of like, wait a minute. I thought the SEC told us that iron sharpens iron.
Now it's too hard.
And now 9 conference games. It's too hard.
Yeah, now our iron's too sharp.
Hey, now your knife stabbing my knife. I can't stab back.
We got knife on knife crime, man. That's not going to get it done. He is the ultimate king of the sport. You win a national championship at LSU. At Indiana, that is what's going to happen. And certainly a big takeaway yesterday is that old Curt Cignetti's feeling great about himself. He feels great about his team. Let me ask you.
Yeah.
You asked Adam Rittenberg a question earlier that I think is interesting because we get this every year in college football. Now, it's not guaranteed that it's one of these teams.
No.
Because it doesn't have to just come from one conference. But the stat, I can't remember off the top of my head, but basically every year for 25 straight years, we've had a team start in the preseason top 10.
And not finish ranked.
And in a lot of cases, it is multiple teams that end up doing it. Florida State a couple of years ago. Clemson is a great example this last year. Penn State fired their coach halfway through the year. A lot of people had a Penn State-Clemson national championship last year. One went 7-5, and the other one fired their coach after a 3-3 start and a loss to Northwestern. Mm-hmm. You asked Adam Rittenberg, of the 3 atop the Big Ten, who was most likely to be the one that falls out of the conversation. Do you have an answer to that question?
You know, I thought his answer was interesting.
He said Ohio State was the first one.
He picked Ohio State because of schedule stuff.
And then he kind of insinuated that Indiana is another candidate, and then he said Oregon was not in his mind because of their talent.
The depth of Oregon, you can't argue against. Why can't it be Oregon? You know what I mean?
Could be anybody.
I feel like Jake Butt probably would have given a similar answer.
Yeah.
Because Jake Butt thinks Oregon has the best
You
roster
can't-
in
yeah.
the conference.
You cannot say it can't be us because we've seen like nobody in their right mind. You could have said last year that Penn State won't win a national championship because James Franklin can't win big games. That's totally
They're
fair.
limited to a certain extent.
They'll be
right?
10-2 again. It's the same Penn. Like that's fine. That a lot of people probably predicted that. Nobody predicted them having the year that they had last year. We were talking about Cade Klubnik a year ago at this point as a guy who was going to be a first-round draft pick, a quarterback.
Him
He
and
came back.
Nussmeier were battling that out. with
LSU was
Arch.
another top
Yes.
10 team who fell out of the. So this idea that it can't. Of course, it could be anybody
I
that
know.
falls out because complacency sets in. Maybe the coordinator hires don't work out. Injuries pile up at a certain spot. Next thing you know, boom, you're out of the top 25.
See, but those three to me, he pointed to schedule. It has to be injury based. If Oregon is the team, let's say you choose Oregon of the three, they will fall out and somebody will replace them in the Big Ten and they will not be in the conversation. If it happens with non-injury stuff, it has to be just other guys didn't have the season you thought they'd have. The coordinators showed maybe that was a mistake.
Yeah.
Maybe the pressure of the whole thing with landing
That's
this
certainly
season.
a part of
it's
this,
like,
right? Like you're coming in, it's
Yeah.
championship or bust. Now we
well,
can disagree with the phrasing,
right.
but that's the expectation. That's
is their
a lot
expectation.
to carry.
Lanning's talking about how they're coaching themselves, like you've hired internally. There's all of the Dante's like third or fourth in the Heisman category. It's not inconceivable to say a 9-3 season happens because you can cite Ohio State's schedule. Is Oregon's schedule just cupcakes?
It's not cupcakes, but they don't play at Texas on the road in non-conference. I think that's the argument for an
certainly
Ohio
fair.
State is that if you drop the Texas game, they have to play Oregon.
You go to USC, and USC has been
They go to USC,
mainly
and
a
I
punching bag.
believe they go to Indiana too. Let me double check.
Oregon?
No, Oregon is not
Ohio
playing
State.
Ohio State.
Yeah,
I think that was his Ohio State argument. So you got Texas in non-conference. They play at Indiana and at USC and back to. Well, no, there's a bye in between, but back-to-back games.
I get it.
They have a 3-game stretch where they go Indiana, USC, Oregon. 3 games in a row for Ohio State.
And the 3 hardest games for Oregon's schedule are USC.
It'll be USC, Ohio State.
Either Michigan or Washington.
At home, yeah. Unless you believe in an Illinois.
Right, and Michigan.
They don't play Indiana this year.
Michigan's flying under the radar. I don't think people really buy them, but yet they got one of the more respected coaches in the last 20 years of college football.
I'm going to talk about him in a moment because he pissed some of his fans off yesterday.
He'd already given this opinion, but
he had, but now it's vocalized again. And everybody's like, "Do you get it, man? You don't understand it, man."
I know we'll get to college football, but
yeah. Oh, what happened?
It's got legit breaking news.
What happened? Something big? Something good?
Good news for you.
What happened?
Maybe good news for other people.
What?
Adam Schefter. CBS has announced that Romo is on leave. J.J. Watt will be taking his place.
All about it. J.J. Watt's a solid in-game analyst. Our Sundays just got better.
Also, a follow-up. The police say there was an open bottle of booze in that car.
Ooh.
Yeah, I saw that report. There was an open container in the search.
I think CBS is doing what you've wanted them to do. I think this might be their chance to get out of that contract. To be
He
like,
sucks.
okay, we can finally pivot.
They paid him way too much money. He sucks. But J.J. Watt's great. I love me some J.J. Watt. He's been a nice addition to the booth. Can we get Greg Olson out of Tom Brady jail? Can we get him back on the best game?
I kind of want Olson to stay at Fox.
At number 2, though? He
No.
doesn't get the biggest game. Like, how many of those Jim Nantz, those Bills and Chiefs games?
How many games did Brady have to call that were better than Panthers-Packers? Because Olson was on that game, and it was actually really good.
It's an all-time classic.
He's a
That
Fox
is good
guy.
breaking news right there. I like that. That's
That's
solid.
good breaking news.
You didn't answer my question. Who's falling out of the top 10, Sprague?
If I had to pick the
If
3,
you had to bet on it.
Oregon.
Spicy.
What are we doing here?
Nobody's giving you a chance.
I guess you do want to get throat
Swagger,
punched
what'd
this
you
week,
pick?
huh?
I'll scissor kick his gizzard.
What's the specific question?
Of the 3 at the top of the Big Ten, who is most likely to lay an egg?
If you had to choose
If you
between
had to
Ohio
choose.
State, Indiana, Oregon.
The answer might be none. It probably
Yeah,
will be
absolutely.
none, but it's just a fun game. If you had to
If
pick
you
one
had
of the
to
3.
pick one.
I'll put bird feet on your bug zapper.
You
If I
better
had
be
to pick
careful.
one this year, I think I would pick Indiana.
Cool. Keep
Right in
betting
the
against
butt.
that guy. That's fun. That's worked out
And
well.
I think that's more about.
Not a believer, huh?
I'm not a believer in Hoover.
Is it the furry in him?
What were your takes on Mendoza last year?
I was higher on Mendoza than Hoover. I thought Mendoza actually.
I thought we just watched more Mendoza because he was at Cal. Like, he played in the Pac-12. I remember him smoking Oregon State a couple of years ago, his first year as a starter.
Easy with the smoking.
Was it like 48-0 at halftime?
Part of that was our dealing.
Yeah,
we had turnovers. I mean, it's high-style environment, Cal. Berkeley's crazy.
I see how it
those
is.
fans, they show up every weekend.
Thought we were homies.
You don't know what it was like. You want me to pick Ohio State?
No, I want you to pick whatever you want.
You want me to bet against Kurt
I'm going to put this up as a
Signetti?
poll question. I'm curious if people
it's
go.
a stupid question.
Well, nobody's going to pick Oregon.
Nobody will pick Oregon in the audience.
Will everybody pick Indiana?
I think if people picked one, yeah, probably.
You think so?
Well, where are people out on Ryan Day? How much? You probably trust. I'll say this. This is crazy. I might pick Oregon.
Yeah.
Swag picks Indiana. I wonder if you did the coaches, who's trusted the least? I still really believe
it's probably
Ryan Day,
even though he's got a title,
has way too many people that don't believe in him as a coach. And Lanning's the one that's ended the season in a thud.
Yes. By that coach.
I know. It doesn't make any sense.
By both of those coaches.
It doesn't make any sense.
All right. More college football, including a coach in the Northwest comments about his NIL situation, some scheduling stuff, and Kyle Whittingham pissing off his new fan base. Next on The Fan. Welcome back to our 80s murders mystery. Or maybe we're time traveling in a DeLorean. I don't know what we're doing. But
I have a Nintendo football game. Is this the theme music?
Yeah,
Okay,
that sounds
solid.
good. I felt like we were going to the Mac basketball game of the week or something like that.
My aunt had a football game on Nintendo, and I used to play it, not as much as Mario, because it was actually terrible
Was
gameplay.
it the Bill Walsh game? Didn't Bill Walsh have a game back in the day?
No, it wasn't.
Wasn't he the
Bill
first one of the
Walsh.
first ones other than Tecmo Bowl?
It was one of those you couldn't have the team name, I think.
Fake football game kind of thing?
So everything was the city?
Yeah, it'd be like San Francisco, red and gold.
Yeah.
Right, but not 49ers.
versus Minnesota, purple and gold.
Like how the college game used to be without player names in it, but it's a quarterback. He's number 8, and he plays for Oregon. Who could it be?
I used to play it, and I remember I stopped playing it, and I was like, this game
That feels like the
sucks.
intro screen when you're like, press X if you're ready to play. Ba, ba, ba. Good times. We got some good new music on the show. Let's head up north, shall we? You ready to head up north?
Yeah.
Before we play the audio, I'll read you a quote. And this comes from our dear friend.
Did you post a poll question yet?
I have not. Sorry, I will do that here after
I'll post it.
Okay,
You
go
say
ahead.
it,
Throw it.
I'll post it.
Here is the Jedfish quote given to Dave Softy Mahler. Should I read it in Softy's voice? Should I do it that way or just read it normally?
What was okay? Real quick before
Yeah.
you read it in Softy's voice, I text this in a group chat.
You did.
Because I don't think he said this on air. And
No,
if he
this was a side conversation with Softy.
but it was on the record, so he
Yeah.
put it out there. What was your initial thought when you read it?
I mean, anything in negative Washington, it makes me laugh. So that was my initial reaction, was laughing at them. But he's also not wrong. So here's the quote. Dave Softy Mahler up in Seattle asked Jed Fish at Big Ten Media Days, is the program where it needs to be NIL-wise? Softy said, before I even finished asking, he said, no. No, we are not. We're not close to where we need to be if we want to have consistent success on the national stage in the top 20 to 25 programs. I don't think anyone wants to be in the 30s and 40s when it comes to NIL. We need more. Now, the duck side of me laughs at that because I hope Washington loses literally everything they ever do. And so, haha, you poor bastards. What happened to Steve Ballmer walking around your facility? The college football mind in me says he's 100% right. You cannot ask to outperform the NIL contributions on a year in and year out basis. And as long as you were spending in that range, those are the levels of the wins and loss expectation that you should have at the end of the season. This to me, maybe I'm reading too much into it. I'll be curious what your thoughts were. This would have been a giant red flag if I'm a Jedfish fan. Now maybe you're not a Jedfish fan. You're like, whatever, dude, leave if you want to.
I don't think there's Jedfish fans. I think you're just a UW fan.
Sure. If you care about him staying long term, I guess is the way I would phrase it, this would have been a red flag to me. This is almost like the whole Dundon Arena stuff. Like, this is the groundwork of like, see, I didn't have the resources I needed. See you later. People make this insinuation about Dillingham at ASU all the time because he brings this stuff up constantly. I don't mind coaches asking for more money and asking for more resources because you desperately need it. He's just been a guy who's had a bit of a wandering eye. There's been the thought behind the scenes that he just never really wanted to be in Seattle in the first place. And now you're bitching about how much money you're making, or how much money your team's making. That would be the alarm bell going off for me, but he's not wrong.
I kind of feel for the Husky fans who, this is year 3 for him, right?
He's going into year 3.
I mean, the minute he was hired, it's been nothing but you either talk about the team and what the record is, or what is it?
Right.
Jed Fish.
Is he going to leave?
Florida job.
Yeah.
Right? It's usually about him leaving.
He was a hot name until they lost to Wisconsin when their punter was a leading passer.
And I don't want to pretend that I think he's going to be there for 20 years, but when I read this quote, you're just straight up calling out your university and your alums is what you're doing with that quote. And
Yes.
we know that they're dealing with it. They're in debt. They're losing money year by year. Their NIL money went to a terrible basketball team.
Yes.
And an okay football team. Good year, but not like amazing. I mean, he's kind of, in my opinion, I hate making it the conversation because I actually think he said some good stuff about the sport.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment.
Found myself agreeing with him in some ways. I hope he brings them back because you can hate him as much as you want. It sucks when this team is a 3-win team, a 4-win team, a 6-win team. You want this team to be good to make it more interesting for the sport.
Speak for yourself.
That's okay. You can feel that way.
Yeah.
But I have that opinion. And yesterday I saw this quote. I could not help but say, this is a guy that if they win 8 games or less this year, absolutely could see him leaving. Now, where does he go? You can name a handful of college jobs that might open up that might want him. I'd also say, can we not look past the NFL? His wife and kids live in Arizona.
Yeah.
He was Arizona tan yesterday, not Seattle summer tan.
Right.
So I'm not saying he's not in Seattle. I'm just saying I think he's at Arizona a lot, visiting family, going back between with the bird. They're coming up to visit because the weather's finally nice up there. There's just a lot. There's always been a lot of red flags about this. That quote for me is like, yeah, he's just openly calling out how piss poor
this is what you have to do.
Their NIL is. And in a weird way, he's also kind of set up now the easy excuse if they disappoint this season.
Right. We didn't spend enough.
Which
we
I
went
wouldn't
7
blame
and 5.
him for pointing to that.
Yeah. If you want to win more games, spend more money. They had the report that they spent $44 million in NIL through the Mount Lakes Future, whatever that they've now shut down. Christian Capel had that report a week or two ago, and we brought that up on the show. It's just, yeah, it's unique. The other thought I have quickly, and then I want to play some of his stuff. We'll start the final hour with that and then get to some NFL stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The other difficulty, when you're in that range of spending, like I think Dillingham was kind of this 2 years ago at ASU, like he hit on the right collection of players. He's also in a more winnable conference. That's the other difficult part. Like if you're spending at this level at Washington, you're never going to be in the same conversation as Oregon, Ohio State, and Indiana. You're just not.
Said.
And even you can make an argument USC at this point, who just had the number one recruiting class in the country.
You're not doing Michigan.
Michigan is like
Indiana
you're not the same.
No.
You're in that next tier of programs. And if you want to break through and your financial resources are not there for you, I think you need some sort of elite tangible in your head coach. And that's the other part of Jed Fish that, like, he's a good offensive mind. Players who have played for, we talked to our guy Jake Butter this week. He played under Jed Fish in his time in Michigan.
Yeah.
Like, people have very positive things to say about him. He's also not a guy that, like, as a play caller, I go into the game and I think, oh, God, how are we going to stop this? Like, there's not a fear factor there. And so that's
you
the
need
other
an option to the short side of the field.
That's the double-edged sword of, like, he's not getting the full resources. I don't think he's a brilliant enough mind to overcome those resources.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of stuck in this, like...
But if you had Jimmys and Joes that you could afford...
Well, then
your
without a
plays look
doubt.
better.
Because people will make that argument for Lanning, and it's totally fair. That's the whole point, though, is that you're not going to get the Jimmys and Joes unless you're spending at that level. And then it becomes a more serious recruiting battle. You get a player here or there. They got a lineman who's a freshman who's going to start right away at tackle this year. Like, there's optimism in certain positions. It just, I don't know. I don't blame him for saying this stuff. It does reek of, if there is a bad year, I have this to kind of lean on, and also I might have a wandering eye.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe not. Maybe he's in Seattle long term. But very honest with Softy yesterday. You mentioned some of the other comments that he made about college football as a whole. I want to play some of the other stuff. We have some Sam Levitt audio to get to. Kyle Whittingham pissing off his fan base. Also, does he have faith in his quarterback? We'll start the final hour with some college football and then pivot to the NFL, where there's some great stuff about a former Oregon State player and a contract situation gone awry. Loaded final hour on a Football Friday. Next, 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Miles creeps behind that three-point line, and then out. Collier with the offensive rebound gets it right back to a point guard. Miles penetrating, still can't get it. How about that? Looky what I found, Natasha Howard.
Yeah, how about that one? Speaking of laying wood, Natasha Howard in the Minnesota Lynx against the Toronto Temple. Lisa Byington, USA Network, 9th straight win.
You say Temple?
Tempo.
Did
I say Temple?
I think you said
didn't
Temple.
Tempo.
Sounded Temple.
Toronto Tempo.
Temple would actually be kind of a cool name.
I like the colors. I don't like the name, and I don't like their
What
cord.
is their color? Let me see.
It's like the Phillies' old school colors.
Like
little
a baby blue
with
kind
like
of
a
in the-
purplish burgundy kind of color vibe.
Not a great comp. Not a great color. Yeah, collab color.
But the Minnesota Lynx are in fuego. They got the Rookie of the Year, Collier's back, and they have a 3-game lead on the Vegas Aces, huh?
What are they? 24-6 on the year?
They're killing it, man.
Look at that.
Minnesota Lynx are laying wood. The Laying Wood Report is brought to you by our great friends at Mr. Plywood. I was just there the other day. Great, top-notch customer service. Got all the supplies I need to start my fence project next week. They've been serving the Portland community for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, special orders. Southeast Stark Street, mrplywoodinc.com.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, news out of the NFL. CBS has issued a statement declaring that lead NFL analyst Tony Romo is on indefinite leave following an arrest last week for operating a vehicle while under the influence. J.J. Watt will fill in with Jim Nantz on the number one NFL games until further notice. The Packers have activated tight end Tucker Kraft off the physically unable to perform list as they open up camp. Portland Fire back on the Moda Center court tonight, trying to end a 3-game losing streak. They welcome in Caitlin Clark and the Red Hot Indiana Fever, winners of their last 4 7 o'clock tip. 9:10 ESPN Portland has the coverage with pregame starting at 6:45. The Fire 8.5-point underdogs. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Let's do this. Final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. It has been a fun show today.
Can I, look, we all are going to do social media however we want to do it.
Eat your own bud.
I saw a post of a guy saying, God, my grandpa on Facebook's been a disaster, and there's a photo of his grandpa saying, hello, beautiful, to an ad of a bigger woman in lingerie.
I'm assuming Grandma's not in the picture anymore?
I
we don't know. We didn't know the answer to that.
I don't know, man.
Let the old guy be horny, dude. Let him be horny.
Look, again,
what's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing is wrong.
Yeah, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Look, you want to be horny online, you can be horny online.
Let
I
him be
don't
horny,
care if you talk
all right?
to plus-size models. I really don't.
Get your horn on, Grandpa.
Can I just give my...
Are you going to be a horny grandpa, you think?
Well, yeah, probably. I'm a pretty horny person. Can I give a word of advice to people that are our age, older, or younger? This is just advice. You don't have to follow it.
Mm-hmm.
In this Blazer saga of funding, no funding, Dundon, evil, City Sox stuff, you need to block the account Evan Sidery. At E. Sidery. Evan Sidery is one of the most egregious aggregators to exist. There's no way that is really what he looks like. That photo...
Reports are circulating out of Portland that the team's on the move to Austin, Texas.
Just tweets, the Trailblazers are now concerned about Portland being a long-term home for the franchise. Dwayne Hankins quote, here it is, picture of Dame with a thumbs down.
Dame went Yankees fan, thumbs down? He was at the hearing yesterday giving us a thumbs down?
Evan Sidery. Do not follow, unfollow, block, absolutely egregious aggregator who will not in any way give you good, reliable information. Please block him.
You have to stop responding. You have to stop reacting to accounts like that. We need to be smarter on social media, but that's certainly easier said than done. To Evan Sidery.
Get the out of here.
Yes, please get the F out of here.
Can I also add one more of these to a player on my baseball team?
Get the out of here.
So this doesn't matter.
Oh, more baseball stuff. Look at us.
It doesn't matter. This needs to be mentioned.
I thought you were jacked. Your boy Susak hit another dinger yesterday.
I mean, that's fine. I'm not watching.
Luis Ariz has the best batting average in baseball.
He's actually
he's having a great year.
He's an average hitter he's a really fun at bat to watch because he swings it. He doesn't walk. He swings at literally everything. And doesn't strike out. It's very weird.
He should have played in the 80s.
He would have fit perfect.
Getting on base.
The 80s? How about the early 2000s and the 90s?
Well, he wasn't
Jeff
on steroids.
Kent's really pissed off about baseball now.
Well, I don't want to go down that rant again. Harrison Bader.
The RBI has been diminished.
Nobody cares about RBIs anymore. Harrison Bader was one of our big offseason signings, which tells you about our offseason. He already had a plantar fasciitis injury. Did I say that right?
Plantar fasciitis.
Plantar
Thank you.
fasciitis.
He
yes.
already had that injury to begin with.
Right.
He then re-injured his foot, and you might be thinking, oh, like a rehab assignment or a workout thing, or no. Here's how Harrison Bader re-injured his foot. He was out drinking at multiple bars, riding a scooter around San Francisco. He ran his scooter into the back of a fire truck, and then the fire truck backed over his foot.
Ouch.
In a breaking news, he is out for the rest of the year.
Get the out of here.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
I don't need your T's and P's. I've given up a long time ago, but that's ridiculous. Any whoosies.
Well,
I digress.
You did hit on something of interest for me.
What did I get?
Because I went through this yesterday.
Yeah, what happened?
So I had to take my kids to the ortho.
Yeah.
Ortho in
Check
Laco.
those dentists.
Yeah.
Or the braces, I should say.
It's a great ortho. Free popcorn. Delightful, welcoming crew.
Popcorn at an ortho?
Popcorn at a guy.
Yeah, take a bag of popcorn.
Is there anything worse at sticking in your teeth than popcorn at braces? That's like a kryptonite right there.
Look, these are valid points you're both bringing up, but as the dad with no braces, I'm taking the popcorn.
I mean, I love popcorn 10 out of 10
and there's
every
sports
time.
merch. It's a great place.
Yeah.
Anyways, the commute is not easy, okay? So we do the commute. They do the braces appointment. We get done. We are now going to get stuck in traffic.
Yes.
Because
No
Portland
matter
traffic starts
what
at 2
way
o'clock.
you go.
It's not 3:30 anymore.
None
it's
of us
2 o'clock.
work anymore,
No.
dude. Nobody's doing anything.
Exactly.
Hence our economy.
When I go to Laco and get to the Westland area, I see a plume of smoke. And it's dark. And I'm like, oh, there's a fire. All of a sudden, a fire truck comes hauling up 205. Get out of the way. All right, there we go. Fire truck's going to save the day. We keep going up a little bit. Within the next 2 miles, fire trucks, plural now. This is a bad fire somewhere. I don't know where it was.
Something going on.
Was worried it was in the forest area of Westland. I think it was a house. I don't know. So now I'm concerned. These fire trucks are coming up, and we're talking traffic. Well, what are you supposed to do when a fire truck's behind you?
Pull over.
Pull over to the right.
Pull over to the right. So what does everybody start doing? Pull over to the right. This is about the 8th time I've noticed this, and I need to bring it up because you brought up fire trucks. When, as a society,
Dude, people
did
don't
we
pull over
decide
anymore.
that we're not pulling over, we're temporarily moving, and then we're cutting 9 people to ride the ass of the fire truck?
Yeah.
And now we had mass chaos of mix-up of car trying to cut off car.
It's a disaster.
And car riding behind the fire truck the whole way and never pulling over and passing 88 cars.
Yeah.
When did this start?
Dude, it is.
Feels like a
I'm
new thing
so
to
glad
me.
you brought this up, and I think it is a sign of the decay of society.
It really felt
there
that
needs
way.
to be law and order in
Yes.
the jungle, and if there's not, it's chaos. In this situation, dude, I was my wife was driving home the other day, and I was on the phone with her. Same situation applied.
Yeah.
I hear the siren. I'm like, oh, what? Everything okay? It's a fire truck. Pulls over to the side of the road, as you should, to the right. Get out of the way.
Or in the other lane.
Or
'cause
in
you
the other
can't
lane,
all the
just
way
get
over,
out of the way if you can, right? Sometimes you're in like every lane's, you got nowhere to go, and then they got to figure out how to maneuver around you. There's a Prius behind her who then pulls over as well behind her. Fire truck drives by on the side. The Prius, like, in your mind, if you're in the Prius, what's your thought? Well, they're in front of me. They pull back out after the fire truck goes, right? Fire truck, the second the butt of the fire truck got past the nose of the Prius, pulls back out to the lane and cuts her off.
Yep.
For what? To save 4 seconds?
That's what it is.
What do you think you're getting out of this?
I don't know.
People are, this is absolutely ridiculous behavior.
It is.
We should be able to citizens arrest these people.
I'm with you. The problem is it was far more in the traffic doing this than I was visibly frustrated.
Like, you're just trying to get back on the road to get going
My
again.
daughter's like, she's asking, like, so what happens? Because she's going to get her permit soon.
Right, you're trying to learn the rules of the
You got an
road.
emergency vehicle, you got to go to the right. If you can't go to the right, go to the left. Like, just get out of the way is what you
Get out of the
gotta
way
do.
of an emergency vehicle.
And normally, in a functional society where we cared about each other in order,
you go one by one.
We all go. Now, I was noting who was in front of me and then, like, would slowly try to pull out before I looked behind and to my left, passing back, 7 cars.
Yeah. Now you're just stuck on the side of the road.
And aren't you supposed to be like 500 feet behind a fire truck?
Yes.
These people are 10 feet behind a moving sirened fire truck.
Exactly.
And I just...
Free ride through traffic, baby. Keep rolling.
Again.
It's the decay of society.
Really got to
I
me.
am all
We need
for
to have laws.
Practical driving tests every 10 years.
We need to,
I think people just don't care about people.
No,
No,
people
they
know the
don't.
rules.
We know
People
there's
know
some-
that you're supposed to pull over and
That's
not be a
common
jackass.
knowledge.
It's just people are jackasses.
Dude, it was a
If
bunch
you're one of those people,
Yeah.
look in the mirror and ask yourself, how
How
did
about
I get here in
surprise
life?
driving tests? Like all of a sudden a DMV like pulls up next to you and go, all right, let's go.
A pop driving test.
Yeah.
As you get into your car for work that morning.
Exactly.
There's somebody from the DMV waiting for you in your passenger seat. Hello, Mr. Johnson. Let's take a driving test on your way to work today. Please follow the rules of the road, and I will give you a grade upon your
You're
arrival.
out of the house 15 minutes late.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be a little
I
late
need you
to
to
the show
parallel
today.
park here.
How many people would be like somebody finding out they're about to die? No, not yet, not right now. They'd be like, no, not today. Please, don't sleep.
No, I'm running late. Dude, the decay of society.
Yeah, sorry about the fire truck thing you brought up. I
okay.
literally experienced it yesterday. It was like 7 fire trucks. I hope nobody got hurt, but
Hopefully it was all right. Yeah.
dude, the crossing of traffic, we're not following standard protocol anymore.
No. Now we have chaos in society. We were talking about Jed Fish, the Washington Huskies head coach. He had his comments on NIL. He's going into a very interesting year. He talked a lot yesterday about Damon Williams, compared it again to an NFL player demanding a trade who then doesn't get traded. He's trying to go down that road
Not a bad comp.
No, we're the 33rd NFL team. Did you know they play a game on Sunday? Makes them the 33rd NFL team. The NIL stuff I can defend because he's right. They do need to spend more. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
I mean, it's
somebody say.
it's got to be more of a jokey, fun
I don't think it is. That's his whole recruiting angle. We'll get you ready for the NFL. We're the 33rd NFL team.
He's got a lot of NFL experience, but
he did that. He had that argument, and then Belichick got hired at Carolina. He took all of his coaches, and then they were the 33rd NFL team. But now things have gone so bad at Carolina, Washington might be back to being the 33rd NFL team. Here he is, though, on uniform scheduling in college football.
We have to decide how much money we need to operate, and we have to decide where the money's going to come from. And there's no doubt in my mind that the money's going to come from the best matchups. The more great matchups we can have. Yeah, I've been on a soapbox saying that we should play 9 Big Ten games and we should play 1 game against the ACC, 1 game against the Big 12, 1 game against the SEC, and that should be our 12 games. If you want to play somebody else, you can schedule in the preseason and not count it. Otherwise, we have no idea how to evaluate who's good, who's not good, what league's not good. We need to be able to have that real conversation. We can't have excuses at the end of the season. Well, we sat our players. You didn't sit yours. It doesn't work.
I mean, I have been arguing that forever, and it's why it is so difficult to analyze where to rank teams and not rank teams, is that you don't play a uniform schedule. Everybody follows their own rules. Every conference follows their own rules.
Well, but there's never going to be a uniform schedule in any sport, any level, any league. What do we argue sometimes in the National Football League?
Teams can get easier schedules.
The NFC South.
Yep. It'll happen. No doubt.
The
Divisions
Panthers
are tougher
fell
than other
into
divisions.
the playoffs last year. Almost beat the Rams, by the way.
But the point being, though, that you don't have NFL teams who play 4 games against the UFL. And then 13
I don't know,
games
man. Do
against
they play the
NFL.
Cardinals and Jets this season? Because they might basically
That's the difficult part of this, is that there are so – and there's an aspect of you don't want to lock some of those schools out. That's their lifeblood for athletics. But also, if the only way that you can survive is by getting your brains beaten in for 4 quarters against an elite football team for $1 million paycheck, maybe you shouldn't have sports in the first place. But that's a completely different conversation. But we go through this in college all the time. Like, how many weeks in the college football season do we have? Oregon plays Portland State on a Friday night this year.
Yikes.
What is the outcome of that game going to be?
I don't even know
The last time
how
they
much
played
of that
them, I
game
think
I'll
they
go back
scored.
and watch.
I think they scored 80 on them the last time they played them.
If my nephew's football team is in a pivotal game in high
You're
school,
watching
I will
that.
be watching that.
There's no point in watching Oregon and Portland State. Now I'll be down there. I'll be curious. I mean, you know me. I'm a sicko. I'll find some dumb third stringer to talk about on
Can't
Monday.
wait for you to bring it up.
But the point being, that's stupid that game happens. It should not exist. Nobody wants to watch that game. Portland State fans don't want to watch that game. Oregon fans don't want to watch that game. It's a cheaper ticket you can take your family to. Uniform scheduling would go a long way. But until you have a commissioner, it's not going to happen.
The problem I have with those games is that you throw it in my face at the stupidest time of the show, of just like, why can't they win? Haynes Crocker's not going to do something. And I'll go, who's Haynes Crocker? You didn't watch him against Portland State?
You know what that is? It's payback for you throwing a Diana Taurasi segment at me at 6:30 in the morning. That's what it is, you bastard. So what do you think of Diana Taurasi retiring? Are you me?
She's been around your whole life. You couldn't give me anything.
I know the name. She's good. You asking me?
I'll never forget that. Your face you gave me was like, please divert to Jason Swikart.
Somebody else behind me? Watches the
So is the
WNBA.
Portland State the Dylan Raiola game? Is that what that becomes?
That's an everybody plays
It's an every
game.
play. Yeah,
Who's
I mean,
the
it's
third
just-
string quarterback?
Is
Is it Brock Thornton?
Throckmorton is back for another year.
Is it the
He
Thomas kid?
Yeah, he's still around.
So he's going to play. Who's the fourth string quarterback?
Probably Achilles Smith Jr.
Yeah, we might see Achilles
He
Smith
might
Jr.
be
in
third
that
string. I
game.
don't know. I don't
Come
know who the
on.
third stringer will end up being. Yeah, that will. I mean, yeah, it's the let's watch all the freshmen play. Which, by the way, a quick reminder on that. They removed the redshirt rule. You
Yeah,
can play as
they
many
did.
games
Play
as you
as
want
many
now.
games you want.
Yeah, 5 to play 5, which was always the right call.
Why was that a hard thing to figure out for 40 years?
Because college football is so stupid, man.
Idiots, man.
How about this one? Kyle Whittingham pissed off his fan base. We'll get to that in a moment. Here he is on the guy that you started the show with the other day of nobody's giving him a chance.
I think the expectations might have been a little high for him last year. I mean, he was a just turned 18-year-old true freshman and thrust into the starting role of the Michigan Wolverines. He was able to win 9 ball games and put up some decent numbers. I mean, we know that those numbers have to improve. Just physically, he's got everything you want. 6'4", 230 pounds, has a cannon for an arm, throws well on the move. He's a very capable runner. And so, a lot of what we did with Devin Dampier last year at Utah is what you're going to see Bryce doing some of those things this year.
Yeah, I mean, he brought Jason back with him from Utah. That was controversial to Utah fans, but he's a good offensive mind. He runs more of a, kind of dual threat quarterback system. You think of Dampier and all the rushing yards he's had the last 2 years under Jason Beck. And now he's in Michigan. I still am not giving it much of a chance. Maybe that's unfair to Bryce Underwood. He just doesn't seem like a guy who's an elite thrower, or like has that tangible skill of throwing the football at a high level.
Yeah.
But maybe you can get away with being an elite athlete and just run him around a ton, and that's tough to stop as well. A very interesting year ahead for them because he also had comments yesterday about how he doesn't hate Ryan Day. He wants the rivalry to have passion, but he doesn't have hatred in his heart. And he said that comment before, but when you get that around Michigan and Ohio State, what
People
is
are paying attention to the comment now.
Michigan fan is saying, this guy doesn't get it. He's not one of us. He doesn't hate them as much. He's too nice. And so winning will cure all of this, but he certainly had an interesting day yesterday.
Well, I said a couple days ago, I don't know if there is a player more anticipated to fail this year in college football than Bryce Underwood. I haven't seen any opinion outside of Blue and May's media bubble that suggests he's going to have a turnaround. Here's my question real quick. It's hard to have a lot of faith because of what we saw. Also, true freshman who was 17 2 weeks before the season started, which is kind of insane.
It's a tough ask, man.
How many coaches would have taken that job where you would change your tune or have a belief that he is going to be better
that's a
because
good
we've
question.
seen coaches and quarterbacks be different? Like Mendoza was okay at Cal.
That's a good question.
Goes to Cignetti, boom, Heisman Trophy winner. If DeBoer leaves for Bama and does go to Michigan, are you putting stock in it?
He would make me think about it. Look, there's nobody I love making fun of more in college football than Lincoln Riley right now, but I cannot question his ability to coach quarterbacks and get good quarterback play. So had he taken that job,
Okay, let's
that
play
would
a
have been
real
one
fun game. For whatever dumb reason that will never exist, Lanning goes to Michigan. Do you think do you have an anticipation of Underwood being good?
It's tough because all of his quarterbacks have been good. Some of them we've doubted.
But he's not a quarterback
But he's
guy,
not an offensive guy. So
but
I don't.
They've been good.
Yeah,
my point is just to simply point out, this is one of the more accomplished, respected coaches of the sport in the last 15 to 20 years. And you, me, I think a lot of people, it's not that we think Michigan's going to win 5 games. It's just this belief, he's not very good. And it's just why aren't we giving Kyle Whittingham some benefit of the doubt to show us,
very well could.
Hey, man, I'm not done here. Look what I'm going to do at a place with resources and better Jimmy and Joes that I've ever had at Utah.
Yeah, it's an interesting one to follow. Their schedule's brutal this year, too. If he has a rough year, that noise will turn up quickly. It's Michigan. That's the way that they roll. But I'll be curious how that all plays out for him because he's always been one of those coaches we've said, man, imagine what he could do with bigger resources. And for some guys, it works out perfectly for them. For other guys, you're Jonathan Smith.
Yeah.
Matt Rule, I remember saying at the time last year, Nebraska made one of the dumbest decisions imaginable, giving him an extension over the rumored threat of him leaving for Penn State. Here is Matt Rule yesterday on the expectations in Lincoln.
I stood up here a few years ago and said, before we can talk about doing great things, man, we've got to earn back the respect. And these guys, they've kind of erased the narratives. Nebraska can't win a close game. They've erased that. But we know that's not enough. We didn't come to Nebraska to go 7-6. Being here today with teams who've won the national championship, it's inspiring. It speaks to this conference. It speaks to the people that run it, the coaches and the players that are in it. And we understand that we have to take a step this year.
I mean, you've been in Nebraska for 3 years. You went 5-7, 7-6, 7-6. So you're 19-19 in your career at Nebraska, and you are 10-17 in Big Ten play.
But he's not at Nebraska to go 7-6.
7-6.
But he's been 7-6, 7-6.
Where Dirt was wrong, man. Maybe he surprises everybody. I certainly think Calandria will be a solid quarterback for them. He was a UNLV transfer from a year ago. I don't know if he's better than Raiola. Time will tell on that. So this seemed like a perfect fit. He was a guy that turned other places around, and 3 years in, it is not. They're not happy, and this year becomes a big what are we going to do this year? Are we going to go more better than 7-6? And their schedule is brutal.
Well, I think he's one of a lot of coaches in college football where you have to ask out loud: is this a coach thing or is this a NIL money funding thing?
Oh, is it a podcast thing too?
Well, coming up next.
Is he spending too much time podcasting?
I'll rank my favorite days of fall camp on the Matt Rule podcast.
Should you be game planning right now?
Brought to you by Nebraska.
That's why they can't fire him. He's got a podcast. Let's get into the NFL. One guy is an evil genius. These two seem to be headed for a divorce. We'll dive into some NFL football with some audio around camp next on The Fan.
A big one for the Timbers Saturday night. Just 2 weeks ago, they pasted the Seattle Sounders 5-1 up at Lumen Field. They host them at Providence Park. Saturday night, a victory would put them tied in the standings in the wild card slot with the Sounders. They're just 3 points back.
In the animal kingdom, Dirt, I want to ask you a question.
Fire away.
How does this noise resonate with you if you're sitting by yourself?
I feel like there's a delightful little peacock behind me.
A new experiment found that sitting in a restored urban forest while listening to birdsong lowered people's stress. It improved their mood more than any other setting that they had tested. Researchers at 106 students at North Carolina State University sit in either a restored forest or paved plaza while hearing birdsong or traffic noise, isolating the effects of place and sound. Both the natural setting and the birdsong, they found overwhelmingly helped lower the stress of every individual tested.
It's a very peaceful sound, man. Very peaceful sound. Can I also... I won't go on a side tangent. We don't have much time in the update. The numbers are officially in from BetMGM. And the rumored over-under for your Portland Trailblazers was correct. BetMGM is out with their over-unders for Vegas in the NBA this upcoming season. 43.5 for the Portland Trailblazers.
There you go, noodle away. There's the update from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Couple of quick things, and we'll get to some NFL audio. You did not see this, but I want to ask you fair or foul.
Okay.
Do you know who Charlie Hull is? Does that name ring a bell to you?
Is that a lady golfer?
That is the lady golfer who smokes the heaters.
Smokes the heaters.
This is fair, but I can understand why.
Okay, so you've seen this story?
Yeah, I almost put it in the Magic ad.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
So she is getting killed because she, after the tournament last week, came out, after one of the days of the tournament, I can't remember.
I think it was Friday.
And she came out and said she taped together, I believe it was, 2 different lottery tickets.
Yeah. That was a great prank.
And made her caddy think that he had won $100,000. Allowed him to believe it for a while before being like, ha, joke's on you. So you're both saying fair. You think it's a great prank?
Well, you know the person, right? Yeah. Let me ask you this. If I played this prank on Swag and I made him believe after a show one day that he won $100,000.
I feel like this should be off limits. Scratch it's under a certain amount allowable, but $100K?
I mean, you're not retiring off.
You're not retiring, but how much different is your life if you got $100K extra in the bank right now?
Not much.
Really? You're not buying that beach house?
Well, what are you getting after taxes?
I don't know. That's a good question.
You ain't getting $100K.
No, you're not.
No, you're getting about 60.
Let's call it 60.
Maybe I can pay off a car and have a nice vacation.
Yeah, there you go. And put a couple away for retirement and whatnot, right? What is the line where I tell Swag he's won $100K, he's processing, I weirdly don't have him celebrating. I have him like looking confused and thinking. And how long until I have to tell him it's a joke versus I let it play out? Like if I didn't tell him the rest of the day it was a joke, and
that makes
came
it
in the
even
next
worse.
morning.
That makes it even worse.
Really?
It's got to be within I'd say 90-minute time frame.
90 minutes?
I will allow, if you're going to pull that prank on me and you let me believe that for the entire day, then we're going to have some issues.
You're not making a purchase.
No, you're not making
within the first 24 hours finding out you had $100K.
I'm making mental purchases.
Like what? Custom golf clubs?
Yeah. We're going to Augusta next year. I'm going to go plan a golf trip in Ireland. I'm going to play TPC Scottsdale.
Well, you're not saving any of your money.
Dude, I'm going to go down to Sawgrass for my 40th birthday. I'm going to get an upgraded truck. I got a little truck. I need a bigger truck. That's right. I can't fit my 2 kids.
All that money's going to a college fund. You're getting none of what you just said.
I just paid for a year of college, man. Now it's out. Now it's out the window.
Yeah.
Fair or foul.
So you think this is foul?
I think it's foul. Unless if it's a fun amount of money, like, hey, $5,000, you won this, haha, just kidding, like, whatever, dude, that's $5,000's $5,000.
Really?
There's a threshold. I don't know if 100K is the threshold, but there's a threshold of like that's a chunk of money that you can do a lot with that could change the foundation in ways of your life. That like a $2,000
for a caddy, it is. I know the LPGA probably doesn't make as much as the PGA. What's an LPGA for Charlie Hall?
Let me see. How much did Charlie Hull make last year?
It's
Because they're making a percentage of it, right?
What's the caddy pay? 10%?
So usually between 5 and 10.
Okay.
So what did she make
She
last year?
might have made $1 million on tour last year.
Charlie Hull made, if the LPGA's website wants to work, it appears $1.5 million on the year.
So what's the math there, finance boy?
Somewhere between 75 and 150,000
to just be a caddy.
I mean, I don't. That's
probably lives in Arizona, keeps all that money.
Sure. There's a lot of travel, a lot of time away from your family.
Does
I don't
he have
know.
a family?
I have no idea. He's on the road all the time. I don't know. I'm just saying, money threshold. Good joke.
Okay, so what's
Too
the
much.
number where I could keep it going for the whole day?
Anything under 10 grand would be a funny ruse.
Oh,
Like,
I
here's
don't-
a scratch
see, I
hit
don't
for 8 grand.
think that's enough to
Well, big money bucks over here.
get.
I mean, I'd love free 10 grand. I wouldn't really care that much.
Really?
I'd love 10 grand.
Oh, that'd be great.
I'll give it to me then. Give me
But-
a ticket.
but-
I'll gladly take it.
No, but you're acting like I'm going to run around the office.
But I don't
'cause I
think-
won
That's
10
the whole
grand.
point.
I don't
Because you
think
won
there's
10
a lot
grand,
of
it's not
sh-
that big of a deal.
I
That's
don't
why
think
you
there's
could get
a lot
away
of
with the
humor
ruse.
in that. I don't think there's a lot of humor in that joke being taken out.
What's the worst joke you've played on somebody that you think is foul?
God, that's a good question. I'd have to noodle on
I'll
that.
tell you the worst joke I ever played on somebody.
I
It was
probably had
with a
some
group
bad
of
ones.
friends.
Yeah.
We were sleeping at a buddy's house. He had a killer basement. Upstairs was his older sister. His older sister was fine, occasionally mean to us, but we probably also deserved it. One night, we just decided to mess with her while she was sleeping. So we stayed up late. We snuck into her room. We poured honey all over her and then threw flour all over her.
That's pretty messed up.
It's pretty messed up.
That's pretty messed up.
Was it also funny? Exciting? Exhilarating? Yeah, it was. We tried to go downstairs, pretend we were sleeping, as if we weren't the ones who did that. And when his mom said, "Where's the honey?" My buddy said, "In her hair." So, like,
It's pretty messed up.
she had to shower for hours.
That's a lot of cleaning. So you're sticky.
That's a foul joke.
Yeah.
That's a foul prank.
I may or may
I
not
feel
have
bad
been
about
involved
that.
in a prank in college where dumps were taken on paper plates and flung down the hallway of the girls' floor of the dormitory. Now that I think about it, I may or may
Now
not.
that's far worse.
I might
I
have
don't
may
know.
or
That's
may
how-
not.
way over
How
the
did you
line.
make that?
Accusations were thrown out. It could have been anybody. I don't know.
How did you make my prank not sound bad at all?
This is why I take pranks very seriously, Brandon. I've grown. I've learned my lesson the hard way. Okay.
You should have been arrested.
I didn't do it.
You flung the
I
plate.
no fling. I did no
Allegedly.
flinging. Alleged. I did no flinging. No flinging. Not me.
You should have been arrested.
I had a buddy who did it, and I helped him orchestrate it. And you know who the
How
buddy
did you
was.
help? Encouragement. What did you do? How did you help?
Lots of Taco Bell.
You're just pumping him burritos?
Get another chalupa in him now. Stat. He's running on low.
Jeez.
What just happened here? I just trying to have a
I thought
fun
throwing flour
segment.
on a sleeping
God.
person was bad. You just took it to an uncomfortable level.
What are we doing here?
I
What are we
can't
doing
believe
here?
you just admitted to
What
that.
are we doing here? I didn't even do it. It wasn't even me.
Beyond egregious. Swag, like Swags, what's his worst
I love
joke?
both of you. Just 10. Who needs 10 grand? I don't need 10 grand.
I mean,
Money bags over here.
but like I'm not devastated if you play
You
a
quit
prank
one
on
of your
me.
38 jobs if I give you 10 grand? Would you let one go? You just keep doing them
I
all?
really wish if you got 100 grand, you quit one of those
If
jobs.
I gave you $100,000, would you stop doing one of your jobs?
100,000? Yeah.
I don't think you could.
And you would sleep?
No.
You know what my biggest take on you is? I don't think you're capable of quitting those
No,
jobs.
I don't think
you
he is
love
either.
you some you.
He loves you,
And
you.
You are the voice.
I'm the guy. I'm the one.
I
Speaking
think
of
this
the boys,
is fair.
you think it's fair?
I think it's fair. She came back and told him it was fake. Why are we getting
Well,
mad
yeah,
for?
she has to because it was a joke. The
Was
guy's
he
gonna
out there-
sit around and wait for 100 grand.
Not signing a mortgage. I mean,
What if he went and bought a house? What if she let it go for a week and he went and bought something crazy?
well then, yeah.
What's the problem then? Huh?
Well, now
Whose
you're
fault is
wrong.
it there?
That's foul.
Then it's foul.
Yes. There is a thin line between fair and foul. Is there not?
Yeah, he wasn't going to do anything during a tournament. He was kind of busy.
Yeah, that's very true.
4 inches between that ball being fair foul and a baseball game dirt. I think that line's
thin line.
It's pretty thin.
It's a thin line. God, you guys are gross. Hey, did you know that your former quarterback might be an evil genius?
Which
Where does
quarterback?
evil genius rank in terms of the intimidating things to go against?
Ooh.
Who's the biggest evil genius in sports? Is it Kurt Signetti? Does he seem like an evil genius? Is that a right way to phrase him?
Right now,
mean,
it
he's
was
kinda psychotic.
it was
Yeah.
Belichick.
Yeah,
back in his heyday.
Who's
Belichick's
the
a good
evil
pull.
genius of the NFL right now? As a head coach. Evil genius is like
That's a tough one.
You're going above and beyond your capabilities.
Yeah.
Like Belichick has a couple teams that like I think they were good. Will I talk about them all time? I don't know, but like he won so many times.
Yeah. He's got 6 Super Bowls. It's a lot of them.
It's insane.
Well, somebody out there is saying your former guy is an evil genius.
Man, I think when we're being taught the scheme, just the explanation of how the defense is going to see it and what the plan is in those meetings you just see it like, oh wow, that's actually pretty smart. What did I think about that? But you don't think about it because you're an offensive lineman. So it's when you get to come out here, you run the plays, and you may not like understand it at the time, and then when you go through the meetings and he breaks down everything, like there's a purpose to everything in the play, and then you see it unfold and you see the defense like kind of confused, like, okay, who's covering who now in this motion? How does that affect the D-line and the O-line? How does the run still, even like teaching the O-line on some of the concept, this is how you should run. This is how we want you to run because we want to invite these linebackers downhill. And there's a lot more to it than I guess I thought an offensive coordinator can bring to the table. And yeah, I've just been blown away by that evil genius.
That is Jordan Mailata, the offensive lineman. I partially wanted to play it because the accent is so
the
fun.
New Zealand accent's great.
But he's also talking about your former quarterback, Sean Mannion. He's an evil genius. Double question. One, how do you feel as the old Eagles OC hearing this of like, I didn't even know an offense could do that? Like,
isn't he still there?
Is he still on staff?
Didn't he take a demotion?
Oh, he might have. You might be right. That makes that even more uncomfortable.
Didn't we talk about how weird that was?
We might have talked about that.
I think he got fired. But
And we brought this up briefly the other day, kind of off the cuff, but this is the growing theme out of Eagles camp is like, dude, we got ourselves a dog at offensive coordinator, and we're feeling very good about Sean Mannion, where he's going. Evil genius, Sean Mannion.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what it's going to be. Kevin Patullo, by the way.
Kevin Patullo. He's the guy who got his house egged and TP on it.
He's a passing game coordinator for the Dolphins, so they didn't keep him.
Good. That would have been really uncomfortable.
It's great to hear that. It's also day 2 of camp. So, like, you fooled Jalen Carter in a formation package. Evil genius. Like, maybe. Is it going to be against Dallas?
Should you guys have hired Sean Mannion instead of Jamarcus Shepard? He's an evil genius.
Look, I think Sean Mannion has bigger aspirations in his life than coaching a G6 school.
Yeah.
It's great. I'm rooting for him, man. Like, he didn't have the most, personality at Oregon State, but record holder, all-time great Beaver quarterback. It'd be really cool if he was the one that kind of turned the Eagles around. And the thing about the Eagles' job is, because of how respected they are around the league and how they operate as an organization, very similar in terms of could be a 1 or 2 year gig. You have success. Guess who's getting a head coaching job? It's Sean Mannion. He also worked for Matt LaFleur. So
right.
He's got the Green Bay pedigree. He's got this Philadelphia thing going for himself. I think he's a couple years younger than me. I'm 39. I think he's 36.
Young, yeah.
35.
Have we had 3 Eagles coordinators take head coaching jobs in the last few years, right? Because Moore, Gannon at Arizona.
Well, both those coordinators took the gigs the year that
Steichen, right?
Steichen, yeah.
Steichen and Gannon were the same year,
Yep.
and then Kellen Moore the year or two after that.
So that's 2.
That's 3, right? Because Gannon, Steichen, and Kellen Moore makes 3 coordinators.
Sorry, I was thinking offense.
Oh, yeah, just offense coordinators.
Yeah.
But to your point, like it could be a ramp up, whatever the phrase I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think he's 36.
To a head coaching job.
Is he 36?
He is 34.
Sean Mannion's 34.
Sean Mannion was born in 1992.
But like by 36, if you have success,
he'll get a head coaching
job. He's going to
job.
get hired.
It'll absolutely come his way.
Didn't he coach with the Vikings too?
I think that was just because his last, if I'm not wrong, I'll pull up his Wikipedia. I think his last spot was Minnesota, and then he stuck around as a coach there. No, he did not.
I think it was Green Bay.
It was Green Bay.
Yeah. So Green Bay and Philly are his 2 NFL stops?
That is it. Yeah, he was offensive assistant and then quarterback's coach. Only 2 seasons as a coach in Green Bay. Now he's calling plays. Like, it's a meteoric rise.
He's gotten a lot of respect when he's in those coaches' rooms and they're breaking down film. I mean, it's also as simple as like, Is Barkley going to rush for 1,700 yards?
Right. Will your offensive line stay healthy?
If he is, and Hurts isn't, an utter disaster turning the ball over, I think Philadelphia's offense can get right back into the swing. I don't expect it to. I don't know what their point per game average was last year. I'll go back and look at that.
Not great.
But if you're like 5 to 6 points better, there you go. And then their defense is probably going to be stout again.
Got a lot of talent to work with. People are raving about him. We'll wrap up the show. One last one for us here on a Friday. We'll get to the divorce that seems to be looming, and we'll talk about that next. 105.1 FM, The Fan. Fist pumping your way into the weekend every single Friday. Last one for us before we head off into the weekend. Looks like we got another Stevie Fire and Patrick Harris edition of The Firm coming up next.
We do.
Looks like they're both out there getting ready to rock and rumble. Before we do that, it appears, everybody, that we are heading for a divorce.
Are we?
It appears. There was a lengthier one. I don't know if was there a lengthier Mayfield one in the system or just the short one, Swag? I thought we had.
I only pulled the one.
Okay.
But he goes through the laundry list of things, or not laundry, but he goes through the list of things of where they're disconnecting.
Am I not seeing the longer one on here? Is that somewhere that I'm not looking, or do we just have the
It's
short
on the
one?
cafe. I got it right here if you want me to play it.
Okay.
Do I have it?
I don't see it on there. Am I blind?
Pretty sure I sent it to him.
Yeah. We got a shorter one for an update. I know I did, but here's a shorter one from Baker Mayfield.
I deserve to be compensated for that. And I think I'm a franchise quarterback. I've been told I'm a franchise quarterback. It's been said publicly from ownership down here. And so to not have a deal done is very disappointing.
It was very big. I mean, he went at the multiple interviews. Pete Prisco handed him a $20 bill, said, here's some help for your finances because you're looking for a new contract right now. Vita Vea has already asked out. There was interesting tidbits coming out of the Kay Adams thing at the Chargers camp where they were kind of, I don't know if insinuating is the right word, but there was a feeling down there that maybe they had a good chance of getting Vita Vea, which, God, if you're a Charger fan, that gets you jacked because he's one of the better interior defensive linemen in the NFL. It's unique to hear a quarterback come out this concretely against his franchise. A lot of this negotiating will happen behind the scenes. We knew this was looming. We talked about this weeks ago that he was saying we're a long ways apart and I'm not going to negotiate when camp starts. And he went a bit of scorched earth on his franchise yesterday. Now, he always pivoted back to saying, now we're going to focus on football, and that's the most important thing. Mm-hmm. We're trying to make sure we capitalize on this year. But it is unique because we can debate where he ranks in the pantheon of NFL quarterbacks. Upper echelon quarterbacks just do not hit free agency very often. Now, he might get franchise tag next year, and Tampa says, we'll give you $50 million, we're not moving on from you. And then he's a free agent the year after that. I don't know how that will play out. They seemingly are a long ways away from a contract, renewed contract, and he seems like the petty type who's going to remember the way this entire thing has been handled. Outside of Kirk Cousins, maybe there's another one in there that I'm forgetting. It's like, oh, yeah, duh. How did I forget that? But Kirk Cousins hit free agency as a guy who was kind of in this class. He's a middle of the road. He's an upper echelon guy. He got a 3-year, $100 million fully guaranteed contract from the Minnesota Vikings because that's the desperation for these guys. Is there anybody else that I'm missing? Like Darnold was this, I guess, a year ago, but it was only 1 year as a starter, and it ended really bad. That him hitting free agency, he ended up with a similar contract to Kirkers. It's just the point on. Yeah, Rodgers at the end. Rodgers is a good one.
Rodgers at the end there.
Yeah, Rodgers good.
He didn't get to free agency, but the Cowboys flirted with this with Dak for a couple,
They absolutely did. They flirted around with not paying him, and they tagged him, and they kicked the can down the road, and that was one of Baker's takes yesterday. He's like, you're just waiting. It's going to cost you more money. These deals are only going up, and he's 100% right there, unless you just don't pay him. I certainly understand the argument to not give him $50 million. I also think you're jumping into a bit of an unknown if he's not your quarterback a year from now, but it will again put Baker back in the spot of kind of what he was in his last year at Cleveland of like this. It's a prove-it year for him to go get a big deal.
Well, you could argue every year of a guy's career is a prove-it year, right? The NFL stands for what? Not for long. Yeah. So I look at the Baker-Tampa thing, and I see a clear – I think internally they know that this could be within a couple games of a rebuild switch. Now, maybe they have a good year. They win their crap division. Falcons struggle. Panthers don't live up to the hype. There you go. And they get into it, and either they get a deal after the season's done or they do the franchise tag. I really wish they could get the CBA when they renegotiate. There should be an amount of years of service that once you get past, you're not allowed to be tagged.
Agreed completely.
Like Baker Mayfield should not in any way be forced, even though he'll make a lot of money.
$50 million is the expectation.
On a 1-year, $50 million deal, if another team was willing to say, shoot, Tampa didn't extend and you went to the playoffs again, here's a fill-in-the-blank contract.
3-year,
whatever it is. You know what it
right,
is? Like, right. I wish that existed where you couldn't get tagged past a certain point, maybe after your first contract. Not your rookie deal, but your first deal after your. I don't know what it would be, but that would ideally.
It's kind of the way arbitration works in baseball. Is you have a clock in the first 6 years where you can do it, but after that, you go pay, get signed, whatever you want.
And then, the reporting is they're not going to trade Vita Vea. Maybe they will change their tune, but Rick Stroud's somebody that's been covering Tampa for a long time, and he's like, they're not trading Vita Vea.
Right, they want to hold on to him.
Hey, I love all the West Coast teams, by the way. Derwin James was like, yeah, baby, come on in.
Every single team on the West.
Chargers.
Because he said he wanted to play in California or he wanted to play in Vegas. So the Niners, the Rams, the Chargers, the Raiders, everybody's like, Vita Vea! Hey, come on out. We'd love to. I mean, who wouldn't want to love that, or who wouldn't love to have Vita Vea? So the Baker stuff's interesting. Where are we at on Tampa this year? I mean, the NFC South is so wide open.
Well, how big are you on Carolina? Because there's a lot of Carolina buzz going, man.
Are we buzzing about Carolina? Carolina's got the buzz?
I think Carolina's got really good talent. I just don't trust Bryce Young.
That's a funny part. Like, when you look at the NFC South right now.
But you know what Mina Kimes did the other day? She made a really good point. You know, we really gloss over how close they were to beating the Rams in the playoffs.
They damn near knocked them off, and the Rams damn near went to the Super Bowl.
Bigger upsets we've seen.
Yeah. Rams could have easily been out wildcard weekend, and they could have easily lost to Chicago, too, in the division round.
Absolutely.
They were that close to losing both of those games.
So, you know, if you take it from that point of view, I could understand buying in on the Panthers. They also lost their last game of the regular season and fell ass backwards in because of what the Falcons did. So,
can I ask a fun question?
Yeah, I think if Vita Vea plays, if Baker plays, I will still invest in it, but I'm not also a huge Todd Bowles guy.
Yeah, I'm with you there. That's a bit of a question mark for Tampa. We would all agree that Baker Mayfield's the best quarterback right now in the NFC South. Is that a fair take, number one, on your NFC South quarterback big board?
Yes.
Baker?
Yeah.
Yes.
Would you take him over everybody in the division?
Yeah.
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 By default. I mean, it's, you know, we could debate where he falls, but in that division.
What's Tyler Shuck going to do?
This is my question. Who's the second best quarterback in that division?
I really think Tyler Shuck has a chance.
You think it's Tyler Shuck? Yeah.
I'm gonna give the take now. Let me get it on the record.
Get the take on the July. Last day of July. We need one more good take for the month of July before it's done.
Last take of the show.
Okay.
Last take of the month.
This is your clip. Pull it. Put it on socials. His 10 touchdowns and 6 picks last year.
Was that all it was?
That's what it was. Now, he didn't play every game. Right?
Tyler Shuck will be the second best quarterback or better in the NFC South this year. Quote the Sprague, nevermore.
Sleeping on my guy Penix, huh?
Oh, it's your guy now, huh?
Sleeping on my guy Penix, huh?
Is he going to play over Tua?
Sleeping on little Bryce Young, are you? Huh? They call him Lil.
I just will never be. And I like him. I wish he was 6'3". I just will never be in on him.
It's a playoff quarterback to you.
Sure. That's how we do this stuff. You're right. My mistake.
He's come closer to winning a playoff game than Justin Herbert has.
By the way, division-winning playoff quarterback.
He's won more division titles than Justin Herbert has.
Who hosted a playoff game.
Isn't that how this works?
Also
That's how this works,
playoff
right?
wins as Herbert.
Yes, he does. Dude, his numbers actually.
Bryce Young?
Yeah.
Go look up against who they played when they got those numbers.
I don't need facts. I'm working in feelings right now. Guess the touchdown to interceptions for Bryce Young last year.
I just started diving into my Athlon magazine. I should know this. I'm going to say Bryce Young had 27 touchdowns and 10 picks.
Okay. Jason Swigard?
24-12.
Very close. 23-11.
You kind of teased that like that was going to be more impressive.
You know what some people call that?
What?
Patrick Mahomes numbers. That'll do it for us, everybody.
You're not ending the...